Wait, that's not right. Hang on. Oh, okay, there we go. That should be working. All right. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? I think you should be able to. You should see me, you should see Victini stats, and then you should see the chat. And I guess the tier list on that side. Is everything okay? Yeah, the Sakoku Edict of 1635. Spoilers. Get ready. Okay, wow! A $10 donation right away from Pikahiri with Shinnen Omedetou. Oh, thank you! Akeome! Happy New Year to you too. Thank you very much. Will event legendaries be included since Victini can be encountered at the beginning of the game? Well, we'll talk about that in a second. Amazing layout, as now you show the stats of the Pokemon as well. Excellent! Alright. So... no Charizard? Sorry, not this time. So we're trying something new. This is the first ever tier list, The Live. Thank you for joining us. Unfortunately, there is no Byoki beats, no sick beats for the stream, because I'm going to edit this into a edited video. There we go. I'm going to edit this afterwards. And if there's music in this, then editing is going to be a nightmare. So unfortunately, you're going to have to actually watch the edited video to get the Byoki beats. Very excited to be a part of history. Ooh. Charizard can be in any game if you dream hard enough and use the randomizer. I'm pretty sure that after Gen 6... Game Freak has made sure to just include Charizard in every base game. Why wouldn't they? Okay. Let's see. There might be some technical, like, blips throughout this, because this is the first time we are doing this live. But please bear with me. And hopefully at the end, we should end up with a usable tier list. That's not right. Are Reshiram and Zekrom counted because they're required for capture and to be in your party for N? I don't think they have to actually be in your party, but you are required to capture them. Okay, let's see how to do this. Because I have to be aware that this is eventually going to be a edited video. Multi-Rock 888, hello, thanks for stopping by. Let's see. So if I do this, you guys can still see everything, right? You should see Snivy dancing around. Wish it got Dragon Dance. It doesn't. I'm going to put Snivy back here. Boop. Did I not put Victini at the... Where is Victini? Victini should be at the top here. Sometimes the order gets a little messed up when I put it into presentation mode. Victini's definitely in here, right? I'm just blind. Here's Victini. Okay, Victini is actually number 1 in the Unova decks. Okay, there we go. Great. Okay. So here we go. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Pokemon Generation 5 tier list, The Live. This is actually a live stream, although what you're watching right now, I believe, is the edited video that I've made afterwards, the supercut. So you should be able to see me, the stats of the Pokemon we're going to be talking about, and the chat at the bottom. Wow, technology is incredible. Oh, and the tiers itself. So, in-game tier list. What does that mean? Basically, it means I'm going to be ranking these Pokemon based on how well they help you get from your house to the Hall of Fame, which in Gen 5 is going to be through the first run of the Pokemon League until your battle against N and Getsis. So maybe I should have given you a spoiler warning, but I guess there will be spoilers for the entirety of Generation 5, which is like a 10-year game. Looking at the chat, wow, so this is live. So no PvP. Yeah, no PvP, sorry. I'm not considering PvP at all. I'm also not considering, what do you call it? I'm not considering... Great tier list. Why can't I think? Well, I'll get into the exact criteria soon. So, what makes a good in-game Pokemon, basically? So, first is availability. I care about availability a lot. So, the best example I think I can give of that is starter Pokemon. So, your starter Pokemon, these three, you literally start the game with them. So, they're available for the entire game. Whereas... the cover legendaries, Reshiram and Zekrom, I think they're as late as you could possibly be. You literally catch them during the league, during the Plasma Castle event. They're only available for 2 battles, so they have, I think, the worst availability you could possibly have to still qualify for the list. So even though they're super powerful, they're not going to be in S tier because they're, like, not in the game. So availability is a factor I consider very highly. Then you want to be offensive, because we're not doing a speed run necessarily, but we are going to be doing an efficient run. So what that basically means is, I mean, we're going to be going to, like, side objectives. We're going to be enjoying the game, you know, maybe stopping to smell the Roserades a little bit, but we're also, like, not trying to grind, right? We are trying to finish in a reasonable manner, so that means... You want Pokemon that can hit first and hit really hard, hopefully taking out the opponent in one hit. And you just want to OHKO Pokemon over and over and over until the game is over. So while, like, a Pokemon might be able to win eventually by doing, like, Leech Seed and Toxic, wow, good strategy, I'd rather just OHKO things, okay? Come on, we're trying to finish the game in a reasonable amount of time. I want to say because we have a life, but that might not actually be true. Um, I think those are the main criteria. Let's talk about what the tiers themselves actually mean. So S tier, these Pokemon are the best of the best. If you're not using these, why aren't you? I guess you're trying to make the game harder. A tier Pokemon, these Pokemon are very good. I'm basically just, they're recommended. But they don't necessarily stomp the game. Pokemon in B tier are fine. They're good, but they probably have some flaw, like availability or maybe like some sort of like slow start. That makes them not quite as good as A. You might notice there is no SEAC tier, and that's because there really aren't enough Pokemon to populate that. It's basically Basculin. And other than that, the water types kind of have enough going for them that I think they don't belong in the generic SEAC tier. Then there's the letter C tier. These Pokemon are below average. I don't think they're very good. You can certainly use them. They won't like destroy your run, but I can't say I recommend them. And then there's D tier. D for don't bother. These Pokemon are just bad. And I would not use them unless you're actively trying to make your run harder. And then we're talking about black and white, but there's the gray area. And these are just for Pokemon that are, I can't tier them because they're not in the game, or at least not in the portion of the game that I'm actually ranking, which is from your house to the first time you become league champion. Okay, so what's actually new in Generation 5? There's a fair bit. I think the biggest thing is the Gen 5 XP system. So if you're familiar with Gen 5, I think it's the only one that uses this iteration of the XP system, which basically tries to keep you at the same level as your opponents. So if you're lower level than your opponents, you get a bunch of extra XP, and if you're higher level than your opponents, you basically get an XP penalty. So the idea is that it stops you from overleveling. That kind of works. So in generations 1 through 4, basically the strategy is you use like 1 or 2 Pokemon, you massively overlevel, and you just stomp the entire game. And in Gen 5, that doesn't really work, because you get such a penalty for being overleveled. So it encourages you to use a bit more of a varied team. You can still overlevel, you just can't overlevel as much. And what this basically means is it's a lot harder to just one-hit KO everything without actually getting stat boosts. And you'll see the effects of that throughout the list. But I guess to put the effects of the XP system shortly, it means that boosting moves are actually kind of useful. And it means that the defensive stats of offensive Pokemon actually count. Because you might not be one-hit KOing everything, and you might actually be getting hit. Doesn't mean defensive Pokemon are good. Can we add a penalty if it's a trade evolution? I don't really think that's fair. I think we should consider the ability to get trade evolutions as like a possibility. I mean, how to do that? I think what we should do, because what I've done in the past is I'm basically assuming that you're playing on like a ROM, basically, that has trade evolutions swapped for like level up evolutions. I don't think it's really fair to penalize a Pokemon for being a trade evolution, but I'm also not going to assume that you can trade right away to evolve, because I also don't think that's fair. Just buy both games. Yeah, good strategy, good suggestion. We could also rank trade, or we could also rank unevolved or trade evolutions differently. I think that just makes the list kind of cluttered. I'm just gonna kind of assume that you can get them. It is still possible to trade on cartridge on Gen 5, though. That is true. But I'm sort of just assuming you're playing on an emulator. Don't tell Masuda I said that. If only there were a gray area. That's not what it's for, though. Anything else I'm missing about Gen 5? Oh! Two massive things. So, hidden abilities. Hidden abilities, when they were first introduced, were actually called Dream World abilities because they were tied to a mechanic called the Dream World, which is now dead. Good riddance, because it was awful. It was so clunky. You had to register like a Pokemon account, and then you could eventually send your Pokemon to this like browser thing called the Dream World, and like maybe find Pokemon with their hidden ability. It was a huge headache, and you can't really do it for in-game. So basically, hidden abilities, we're not counting them, which is really, really unfortunate for a couple Pokemon that really depend on their hidden ability. Looking at you, Snivy. Sorry. Oh! Massive change in Generation 5. Reusable TMs! Whoa! So, a major thing in previous generations, and really a major reason why the SEAC tier existed, was because TMs were one use. So you had to kind of consider, oh, do I want to use this TM to power up this Pokemon and make all of my other Pokemon that could have used that TM weaker? In this game, you don't have to consider that, because TMs are infinite use. Just slap it on everything. One of the results of that is that it basically makes every Pokemon better. So to be in D tier, you gotta be real bad. Because at the very least, you can just pump a random wild Pokemon you catch full of TMs and probably make it usable. So Pokemon in D are probably going to be like really late game underleveled Pokemon that even a TM infusion can't save. Anything else I need to mention about Gen 5? I talked about hidden abilities. I talked about TMs. Are we ready to start the list? Am I forgetting something? I think that's everything. I know I'm forgetting something. I'm looking at the chat. Am I forgetting something? $2 donation from Cronado. Also, berries are Dreamworld exclusive. Thank you for the $2. I don't think that's going to affect the list. Oh! I did forget something. Okay. So one thing about Gen 5, I guess it's kind of two things. So there's a completely fresh Pokedex. So if you look at the Pokemon available, you should see them all now, you might notice they're all fresh faces. We got a completely new Pokedex, not a single returning Pokemon until you get to post-game, in which case they start coming back. So you have entirely fresh Pokemon coupled with massive power creep. So you'll sort of see it throughout the list, because I will be showing the stats off to the side. But basically a ton of these Pokemon are like min-maxed. They just have kind of ridiculous stats. And I'll get into particular examples as we talk about them. But it's kind of obscene how strong some of these Pokemon are. And I think that favors the player a little bit more. Because even though your opponent is also using these min-maxed Pokemon, you, the player, because you're watching this tier list, I know that you're a real smart cookie. So even though your opponent also has access to these stats, you can use them better. So having stronger Pokemon in general, I think, favors the player. Okay, I think that's everything, and I believe we can finally get into ranking the Pokemon. Does anybody in the chat have anything they would like to say before we start ranking? Darmanitan is S tier. That guy might be a psychic type. This is my favorite Pokedex. Oh, by the way, yeah, this is only Black and White, not Black and White 2. Black and White 2 is really different, so I think it has to have its own list. Cake is yummy. Hello! Yeah, hello. Yes, Toxic Leech Seed. Mods, deal with him harshly. Are you going to mention traded mons coming in at a set level? I'm probably not going to be talking about traded mons at all, because I don't look that. My hair looks neat today. Thank you! I don't know. Cheese hair tier list when? Chandelure S tier, baby. Unfortunately, no. Although I do really like Chandelure. I can't really read the stats, but no one else is complaining. Yeah, I guess just a couple things before we start. And this part I'm probably just going to cut out. Just about the format itself. So, does anybody have any suggestions for the format. We got me, we got the stats, and we got the chat. It might be hard to see the stats in the chat, but the stats are sort of for me. So I can see them, and so that you can see the general stats. Victini, maybe it's not that useful because it just has 100 around the entire stat total. But I have Vikun up in another window. Oshawott is best starter. Snivy sucks even with contrary. Okay. If Chandelure is not S tier, I will start riding. You're going to be riding, bro. It's not going to be S. Everything is fine. Okay. Okay, great. Let's get started? No, we're not going to get started because I'm going to drink this coffee first because it's really early here in Japan. In fact, we're not going to get started because I'm going to go to the bathroom. Fake sham streamer just assaults you with like 20 minutes of explanations and then a bathroom break. Terrible. Please enjoy this technical difficulties screen. I'll be right back. Sorry. And we're back. That wasn't so bad, was it? Wow, $5 donation from Chris Rooney. Don't start yet. Well, I haven't started quite yet. How long do I have to wait? I'm gonna be brutally honest. I'm having fun. Okay, thanks. Okay, here we go. All right, let's get started. Sorry, that wasn't correct. Let's starting together with us. We only use proper English here on this stream. Did I wash my hands? Yes, I did. Okay. Let's redo that just for the editing. For the YouTube video. All right. Let's get starting together with us. Okay, here we go. So, number 1, or I guess number 0 in the Pokédex, it is Victini, which is actually part of an event. If you have the event, then you can get it, I believe, in Castelia City. You can go to Liberty Island. Very fitting. Very United States. You can go to Liberty Island and get Victini. And as a mythical Pokemon, I don't know why that's in quotes. Yeah, it's a mythical Pokemon. As a mythical Pokemon, it's got a 600 base stat total, which makes it just kind of obscene for that point in the game. I don't think it should be ranked. In fact, I don't think any of the event Pokemon are going to be ranked in this. I don't really think it's fair to use it in a playthrough. So for that reason, I think it is going to be going in the gray area. But if you could use it, I would probably give it an S, right? It's just really overpowered for when you get it. In fact, I think we're just going to go ahead and put all of the gray area Pokemon in the gray area. So those are, I believe, Victini, all of the post-game Pokemon. So that's going to be Kyurem, Meloetta, and Genesect and Keldeo. I think all those Pokemon are not actually obtainable in the main game without events. And I'm sure chat can tell me if I'm wrong. Zora and Landorus. Yes, thank you, chat, for telling me that I'm wrong. That's why you guys are here. Also Zora and Landorus, yes. Where's Zora? I'm blind. I definitely put Zora in this, but the background is black. Zora, where are you? Zora? Okay, Zora and Landorus. Is Landorus yeah, Landorus is post-game. Okay, there we go. That's everyone that's untiered, right? Okay, great. Gray tier equals Onyx tier. These Pokemon are on the same power level as Onyx. That is not true. Please don't slander these untiered Pokemon. They're definitely all way better than Onix, they're just not in the game. Meloetta is S tier in beauty, though. We are not counting aesthetics in this game, which is actually important, because Gen 5 has quite a few Pokemon that I really like, and quite a few that I really, really hate. Okay. So, our first Pokemon is untiered. Alright. Our first Pokemon that we're actually going to be ranking. It's one of the starter choices. It's Snivy. Alright. I think you guys all already know. So, as a baseline, starters are in S, right? There's some, at least by the criteria I use, and we're going to go ahead and pull up its stats at least by the criteria I use, the starters are almost always the best Pokemon in the game, right? They have absolutely perfect availability, which, for me, like, counts a lot. So, S is sort of the baseline. To be an A, you gotta be pretty bad, like Charmander bad. And to be in B, you gotta be really bad, like Chikorita bad. I think Snivy is Chikorita bad. It's going in B tier. It's really unfortunate. To be clear, I think that Snivy is better than Chikorita. But Chikorita is also in, like, the easiest game ever, Johto. It has, like, a pathetic level curve. And Black and White's actually pretty difficult. Snivy really wishes it had its hidden ability Contrary. Contrary Leaf Storm is a ton of fun. And at least Snivy has the consolation of being good in competitive. Well, good. It's like fun in competitive. You can spam Contrary Leaf Storm, and instead of dropping your special attack, Leaf Storm increases your special attack, which is hilarious. But Snivy in-game is just not good. You can see by its stats, it's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? It hits you with, like, a mediocre grass type. It's unique in that it's, like, a fast, defensive Pokemon, which has its uses. It's actually very good at a strategy called subseeding, which comes from using Substitute and Leech Seed. So what happens is you Substitute, then you Leech Seed your opponent, and then you just repeat that over and over until they die. It takes forever, but eventually you'll probably win. And strategies like that are, like, not what works in-game. This Pokemon would be way lower if it wasn't a starter, but it is a starter, so hey, it gets to be in B tier. It does get points for the ability to coil. Coil is a very good ability. It's a very good move. So what Coil does is it's basically bulk up, raises your attack and defense, but it also raises your accuracy, which is kind of useless. But I mean, that makes it better than bulk up. Unfortunately, that doesn't really save it because its move pool just sucks. Like, you spend a turn to boost your stats with Coil, and then what? You can then hit things with a kind of stronger grass type move. Grass as a type is just, it's ass. I made a whole video about that. Go watch it, please. Yeah, I think Snivy goes in B, and I don't see any rioting in the comments except from the dedicated grass stands, which I'm just gonna ignore, because that's what I've been doing for a year now. I'm gonna keep doing it, sorry. Alright, I think that's about it for Snivy. Oh my goodness, you're entitled to wrong opinions, Cheese. How dare you? But yeah, Snivy's move pool is just atrocious. If it had, like, a better move pool, it maybe might make it up to A, because, I mean, it is a starter, but unfortunately, a defensive grass type, you're not getting higher than B, even as a starter. Sorry. Alright. Next. Tepig and the Tepig line. Hey, a non-grass type starter? Well, you already know where it's going. It's going in S, although I'm not too excited about it. So, by now, the firefighting meme is kind of in full swing. Firefighting is a really good typing. Unfortunately, I gotta pull the stats up here. Tepig, or specifically Embor at its final evolution, is pretty darn slow. Base speed 65 is unfortunate, but you can use Flame Charge, which is a pretty good move. And although it is a boosting move, so you're kind of wasting your turn, you are still attacking. And with 123 base attack, using that Flame Charge, you're probably knocking out your opponent as you're using it. And once you're faster than your opponent, you're probably destroying them. Tepig has 123 base attack, which is massive. And its move pool, unlike Snivy, is really good. You get, like, Scald? I don't know why you would use that, but you have it. You can use Scald, and you can use Wild Charge. Wow! Not a great move, but I mean, it's pretty good. And of course, you've got nice physical fire moves. Unfortunately, you don't get, like, close combat, which would be really nice. I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think your best fighting move is going to be Hammer Arm, which unfortunately drops your speed. So you kind of have to balance between smacking people with really strong fighting moves and like outspeeding them after Flame Charge boost. So there's that kind of balance you have to think about. But I think overall, you can't really argue for Pig Knight anything lower than S. I mean, it's a starter, so automatically that's baseline S, and it's pretty darn good. I mean, Firefighting Stab is just vicious. It's no monkey, right? I mean, let's make that clear, but it's pretty darn good. I don't think there'll be any people complaining about Pig Knight in S, even though it's not very exciting. S for starter tier, yeah. I think Embor gets Superpower. Oh, okay. But Superpower I think is even worse than Hammer Arm, because dropping your attack really sucks. Shouldn't be 2 tiers above Snivy with that move pool. What do you mean by that? Like, its move pool is really good. I'm trying to see if there's like a justification. In black and white, it's low A tier since its best move is Arm Thrust, and it's stuck with that until after the league. I don't think that's true, because you don't have to be using your fighting moves. You have plenty of good like fire moves and other types. It has like a really good move pool outside of just its stab moves. Yikes, what is that in response to? Speaking of Monkey, I think there will be a fun intro for the bot. I've thought of an intro for the bot. I think it'll be good. Yeah, I can't see the link. Links are blocked, I believe, in here. Tepig A, Snivy C. Okay. I think I've heard the voice of the people enough. We're not moving Embor or Snivy. Okay, great. Next. It's water. Okay, wait. No, I gotta redo that for the YouTube. Next. It is Oshawott, also known by the fans as Water. You guys already know it's a water type starter, so no matter how mediocre it is, it's gonna be in S. And make no mistake, it's really mediocre. But hey, water, it's a pretty good typing. I mean, like, look at these stats. It just screams mediocre. But, I mean, it's a water type that you start with. It can't really be any lower than S. Samurott is the best Gen 5 water type, but it's average. Yeah, I think that is a pretty perfect description. It's the best water type in Gen 5, but it's pretty average. I'm not considering design in my rankings, but wow, they really messed up. Because you start with water, it's got, you know, the awkward, like, baby cuteness. Then you go to Duat, and it's getting, like, kind of Chad, because you got the shell, right? And it's, like, kind of using the shell as, like, a weapon. It's really cool. And you can see, like, the formula for success. It's right there. You just got to stick the landing. And wow, they didn't. Quadrupedal Samurott, what in the world happened? They almost had it. And there's points, I think, like, in the anime where Samurott, like, stands on its hind legs and, like, uses one of the shells on its legs, like, as a blade. And it looks really cool. Why isn't it bipedal? They almost did it. What a shame. But yeah, it's a water type that you start with. Can't really go any lower than S. I mean, you get stab water moves, you get all the defensive benefits of being a water type. I think you get Mega Horn. I'm pretty sure that's not a lie. Honestly, like, Scald on its own is enough to make it S tier. In the sense of playing Nuzlocks, I guess I don't mention, I sort of assume you all know, but this is not like a Nuzlocke tier list, so that's why defensive Pokemon in general are going to be ranked a lot lower, because like defensive or like utility Pokemon are really good in Nuzlocks, but I'm not assuming it's a Nuzlocke, so that's why defensive Pokemon in general are going to be at the bottom. Okay, next, we're starting with some of the early game filler. It is Patrat. Really creepy. I do not like how it stares like into your soul when it gets to that Watchog Evo. And like you can see from the stats, is all yellow. Oh my god, there's basically nothing exceptional about this except that 420 base stat total. It's watching you, and it's watching me put it at the very bottom of B. I don't think that it really brings much to the table, but it's available right at the start of the game. Wait a minute, I'm not looking at the right window. I mean, it's available like right at the start of the game, and like it's not horrible. Actually, that's not true. It is horrible, but at least you get it at the start of the game. 77 base speed, not great. 85 base attack, not great. But hey, if you want early game filler, I guess you can use Patrat and Watchog. I wouldn't, but you can. D all the way. It's not that bad. I don't even think it's C bad. It's just like really mediocre. Like, to be clear, like if you got this like any later than the start of the game, it would be C or D. Is this considering post-game? No, not post-game at all. It's only up to the league. Does it evolve early? Yeah, I believe it evolves pretty early. I can check right here. I think you should be able to see it here. It evolves at level 20. Yeah, I think that's pretty early. It's not a D, guys. To be in D, you gotta be, like, useless. This isn't useless. It's just not exceptional. Does anybody have any words in Watchog's defense? I don't think so. If anything, people are like trying to get it lower. It's C for sure. Wow, people really hate Patrat and Watchog. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be like bottom of B by the end of this, but it starts early. Oh my goodness, people want this thing in C. No way, guys. I think it's like low B. It's worse than useless because it costs 300 Poké to catch. It's not that bad. Yeah, I'm keeping it bottom of B. I'm not, like, too excited about this. Like, I don't know why I'm fighting so hard for Patrat to be in B. But I care about availability a lot, guys, so that's why it's going to be in B. Alright, next. Speaking of putting early game filler Pokemon in B. That was a terrible transition because that's not what I'm going to do at all. Lillipup. Oh, actually, before I do this, I'm going to answer Tailored Muffin. I have a question. Would this game's high evolution curve harm a lot of Pokemon's placement? Yes, it will be doing that. Gen 5 is notorious for having, like, really high evolution levels for some reason. I think Hydreigon is actually the highest evolution level in the entire franchise. And that will be factoring in. So a lot of the Pokemon that are going to be in D are Pokemon that, like, would be much better, except you'll never get their better forms because their evolution level is too high, unfortunately. So evolution level will be factoring in. Lillipup. I'm already seeing people saying it's a solid A. Are you Psychic types? Because I think that's where it's going. Lillipup is really good. Like, deceptively good. You would think it would be like an early game filler normal type, and while it fills that role, it's also just good. So let's go ahead and put Lillipup in that A tier. I think it is pretty much the definition of, like, a solid all-around Pokemon. It's not, like, blowing your socks off, so it is wintertime. You do want those socks on to keep your feet warm. It's just overall good. Like, I'm going to show you its stats right now. You might be surprised if you haven't seen them in a while. Stoutland stats, look at this. That's pretty good. And this is sort of what I meant by these stats being min-maxed, because this special attack stat of 45, basically the stats from that went to the other stats to make it good. 110 attack, that's pretty darn good, although I think that actually got buffed. So in Gen 5, you might actually not have 110 attack. Yeah, it actually only had 100 in Gen 5. But 100 is still perfectly fine. 80 speed is fine. And defenses for offensive Pokemon actually count, because you're probably going to be getting hit in Gen 5. It's got great coverage, right? Because you get stab return, which is nice. You can crunch them with those fangs, 80 base power, and you get elemental fangs. It's just a really solid member that can contribute for the entire game. And you get intimidate, which again really counts because you're probably going to be getting hit in Generation 5. I don't think anybody's going to be arguing about Lillipup in A. If anything, people are going to be like, put him in S, which I could agree with, but I think high A is more fitting because it's not like amazing, it's just really solid. Retaliate is so good. Yeah, Retaliate does a ton of damage, but unfortunately that requires your other Pokemon to faint, which you don't want. You should do a tier list that ranks the Pokemon with facial hair. Well, in that case, Lillipup would be probably an S. Pickup should be mentioned. Well, the thing about Pickup is that if you have Pickup, I believe that's not what becomes Intimidate later. And Intimidate is definitely better than Sandrush, since you're not going to be getting Sandstorm boost for most of the game. I guess you could go with Pickup Lillipup, just to like fill out slots of your team and like get free items until you fill out your roster. That is something you could do. And I guess that those are additional points in Lillipup's favor, but I don't think it's enough to get it into S. But you're right, it is worth mentioning. I think you should be going with Vital Spirit, though, if you intend to actually use Lillipup, because Vital Spirit is what becomes Intimidate once it evolves. But yeah, pick up as like a utility thing for as like literal filler slots until you get more Pokemon. I think that's fine. You can just catch a bunch of Lillipup with Pickup and get free stuff. Okay, any other comments for Lillipup? I think high A is where it belongs, and I don't think people are too upset about that. Great. Let's moving on. The monkeys. These all kind of go together. So the monkeys, I'm going to show, I think they all have the exact same stats. So I'm basically just going to show the stats for Simisage. But there we go. Should see them right now. So these monkeys are like the definition of filler. And Fire Scizor is correct here because I think every one of them goes in B. They're basically given, there's like, their role is to teach you about type advantage, basically. Yeah, they suck so hard but are useful early. I don't think they suck that hard, but they're not very good. But basically, purely because of the context you get them in, they get to go in high B, is what I would say. Because you get the one that complements your starter. So I think, like, if you, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe I'm right. Yeah, their stats are, like, not garbage, even. You basically get the one that complements your starter. So if you start with, say, like, Tepig, that means you're weak to water types, right? So they give you the grass one. So it basically pads out your team, guaranteed. And that's not C. Even if the monkeys themselves are pretty mediocre, I think they all go basically right here. And we may as well put them in order of the typing, right? So that means grass at the bottom, sorry. But they're in their base forms until you give them the elemental stones, which I think you get fairly early. You get at least one in Castelia City. You get to choose one. and you can find them in dust clouds throughout caves. So it's kind of annoying to get evolution stones through dust clouds. A Simipour for A gang. I mean, maybe. But I think high B is enough. Because they're definitely outclassed pretty quickly. It's just that you get them at like the perfect time. And then you can kind of toss them away after they fulfilled their use as filler. And yeah, they actually have move pools. Which is true. Simipour A because Scald. You could argue that. Yeah, you could argue that. But I kind of just want to keep them grouped together. I don't think it's so much better that it's A. Why do I hate grass types, Cheese? Please watch my video, Grass is Ass, where I explain in depth why I don't like grass types. Specifically for in-game runs. They're just bad offensively, which is what really matters for an in-game playthrough. Scald Simipour at 22. Simisage A because Chad hair. I will agree that it has Chad hair. Any other things in defense of the monkeys? What is the best Gen 2 starter and why is it Chikorito? Mods! Mods! Don't allow this fake news in the chat. I guess we can at least talk about the aesthetics. So something that is really neat about the monkeys is that they're based on, I think, the 3, like, wise monkeys, where it's like, see no evil, which I believe is Simipour, hear no evil, which is, Simisear, and, what's the last one? Speak no evil, right? Which is, the grass type one. But they all, like, go against that. So, like, wait, what am I talking about? This isn't working. Okay, Cronado, you can see the emotes. He knows what's going on. It's the 3 wise monkeys. Speak no evil, hear no evil, see no evil. That's what these 3 are based on. So there's, like, a little bit more flavor to them than just being, like, 3 elemental monkeys. But flavor counts for nothing. So they go in B. Oh my god, and they're all used by waiters? Flavor? I'm so smart, guys. This is the quality content. Please subscribe. All according to Keikaku. Yes, and they get rebellious when they evolve. So they sort of go against what they're supposed to represent. There we go. Excellent. Perfect. Alright, let's move on. Platinum tier list coming soon. Probably not. If anything, it'll be Black and White 2 next. Please tell me you like Vanillux. You're not gonna like what I have to say about Vanillux. You're not gonna like it, I'll tell you that much. Okay, next. Purloin and Lipard. It's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? Unfortunately, its offenses are just, like, not there. In competitive, it's really annoying because it gets Prankster. Which basically, well, it's its hidden ability in competitive, which lets it, like, always move first with non-attacking moves, so it's really annoying. But in-game, it basically moves first and, like, tickles you. I mean, 88 offenses aren't that bad, but they're not good enough to OHKO, and with 50-50 defenses, goodbye. You are dead if you ever get touched. So, I think, because we've got Patrat in B, and people, like, were rioting that Patrat was in B, they think it should be in C. I think Lipard, because it is available so early, and evolves, I believe, fairly early, yeah, level 20, same as Patrat, I think it at least goes in B. I think it's better than Patrat, but not by much. So we're going to put the Lipard family in what will eventually be, basically, bottom of B, right above Patrat. Are there any rioters in the chat? I think that's fine. Omori pulled much less SMH. I don't know what that means. Why are all cat Pokemon besides Incineroar and Luxray so bad? I don't know. Yeah, even Patrat has return stab. Get the pig out of S? Get this guy out of chat. What are you talking about? Patrat shouldn't be in B. Man, people hate Patrat. What? This is a generous tier list so far. Well, it's because we've basically only done early game Pokemon so far. And early game Pokemon have to have their availability considered, which is why they're so high. Like, I think that Liepard and Patrat are like pretty bad, but like you basically start with them. You get them really early. Good lord, people hate Patrat and Liepard being so high. Imported cheese. You have good content, but you are literally every Pokefan stereotype. Fight me. What does that mean? Patrat is trash rat. My goodness. Alright, how about this, guys? Alright, Patrat and Liepard are up for review. We'll see where the other Pokemon in C end up landing. We might move them down later, okay? But for now, we'll put them in very low B, okay? We're not putting Patrat in S. This chat is getting heated. Oh my goodness. Patrat in C tier. SEA C tier? No, I mean, that's not happening. I will say this about the rat. It gets return and retaliate. Oh my goodness. Like, look at all this Patrat C tier, Patrat in S. The people are divided. Scald the rat? Oh my goodness. Such discussion about Patrat. Oh my god. Oh, right. We have the power to poll. We can poll. Oh my goodness. Okay, alright. We'll just do a poll. There we go. Wait, no, never mind. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Do I trust you guys? Alright, we'll poll it up. We'll poll for the people. Should Patrat be in B or C? Patrat. Okay. How do I do this? Patrat B or C? Also, like, I'm like really appreciative of how active this chat is. I was worried that people wouldn't have much to say. I don't know why I thought that. People have so much to say. Alright, here we go. The chat should be active now. And if Patrat goes to C, then Purloin's also going to C, because they're basically in the same tier, I think. 74 votes already. Wait, how many people are watching this? I can't actually check how many people are watching without actually showing, like, the live stream control. So here we go. 173. Oh my goodness, people are here to talk about Gen 5. This is my most successful live stream ever. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us. And I guess for letting your thoughts be known about Patrat. So let's see, how many, 130 votes. I'll give you guys, we'll talk about Muna to give you guys some time to debate, and then we'll go ahead and see what the total is. Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh, we're gonna talk about Muna. Alright. Muna! I think this is a Pokemon that is, it basically exists to explain the dream world. Like, the dream smoke from Muna is what lets you enter the dream world. I don't know. It's like a thinly veiled, we'll say 420 stat total illusion. So Muna and Musharna. It's a Moonstone evolution up into Musharna. It is slow as dirt. It is really slow. I think it's like base 20 or 30 speed. It's crazy slow. It's base 29 speed. You should be able to see it now. It is slow, but hey, it hits really darn hard. So the people saying it's in like D, I don't know what you guys are talking about. It's never moving first, but if it does move, it's doing a lot of damage. And it's not that hard to get a Moonstone. I believe you can get it in the Dust Clouds if you get lucky or if you kind of like grind for it. So I think Heinrich Sachs, who says that Musharna is mid to high B tier, I agree with that. That is where I'm going to be placing Musharna or Muna. I think it goes below the monkeys. It's not that good. I think there's definitely better Pokemon you could be using. It's outclassed by, I think, Reuniclus later. But for what it is, it's not bad at all. You get it early. And you can go ahead and stone it up, and, I mean, you're gonna get hit, which is unfortunate, but once you get your turn, you're probably knocking them out, is what I would say, and its availability is really good. Yeah, they literally give you one. Yeah. You don't even need a Moonstone, because you can get it from Rustling Grass in the same place you get Moona. Yeah, good point. So it's even better. One thing you might notice as we go throughout this list is that there are a ton of Pokemon that are super, super slow. Like, they are crazy slow. And a lot of them are Psychic types. And my conspiracy theory, it might not even be a conspiracy theory, it might just be true. My theory about this is that they were trying to push, like, Trick Room strats. So Trick Room is it's a pretty niche move, but it reverses the turn order. So slower Pokemon move faster. And in this gen, for whatever, there's just, like, 4 or 5, like, really slow Psychic types that can, like, set up Trick Room. And I think you're supposed to, like, stuff all of these really slow Pokemon on a team and then use Trick Room. I don't think that's good. Don't spend a turn on Trick Room. Just use fast Pokemon and win without wasting a turn. A Patrat, a game theory? Oh, like MadPat? Okay. Okay, I think let's see what the poll results are for Patrat. We've got 165 votes. The people, they want to let their thoughts be known about Patrat. Okay, I can end the poll here, I think. End poll. I can't actually see the... Okay, here's the results. 56% in C. Wow. Okay. Well, it was close, but I guess it's going to C. Which means, I guess, that Liepard also goes down to C. Sorry. There you go. Patrat in C and Liepard just above that. I hope you guys are happy. Was democracy a mistake? What a Tyranitar. But I'll listen to the people. Okay, there you go. Purloin in D. No. No. Congratulations, Chad. You won. See, if you're watching the edited video, if you want a chance to influence the tier list, you gotta be in the chat. And you, too, can make the monumental change that is moving a mediocre early game filler Pokemon from B down to C. Wow, what a change. Okay. Next, Pidove. So Pidove overall, I'm going to show you the stats here. It's basically the Staraptor at home. I think it's like strictly worse than Staraptor in basically every way. But hey, Staraptor is really good. Pidove, it's basically like between Pidgey and Staraptor. So Staraptor was amazing. It was S tier for sure. Pidgey kind of sucked. It was C tier. Pidove, I think, is either top of C or like very bottom of B. If it got a better move pool, I'd be more inclined to put it in B. But its move pool is like really sus. It gets like special flying moves for some reason. Like if it got like Wing Attack earlier, does it get Wing Attack earlier? I think it gets like Air Cutter. I think we can check this, right? If we go to Gen 5 level up moves, I think you guys should be able to see here. Yeah, it gets like Air Cutter. And then Air Slash! I'm going to put Shulk in the edit. Yeah, it doesn't get Wing Attack. If it got Wing Attack, I think I would put it in B. But because it doesn't, I'm a lot more inclined to put it in C. It's sort of stuck until you can get it return. Yeah, people in the chat confused. You would think it would get Wing Attack. It doesn't. If it did, I think I would put it in B, but because it doesn't, I think I'm going to put it in C above these losers, Purloin and Patrat. Because I think it's definitely better than them. When does it get Backslash? Unfortunately not. If there's any modders in the chat, please make a ROM where you can use Backslash on the Unpheasant line. I'd argue B because of lack of flying alternatives. I would agree with that, but what do you actually use these flying types for? Right? Like, what is actually the point of having good flying types? I guess, like, one of the Elite Four members uses fighting types, but I think you have, like, Psychic type options that are a better way to deal with that. I think that the Pidove line at, like, probably what'll be top of C is where it'll go. And there won't be another poll unless people really riot. I don't think people are that upset. Imported cheese to fly. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You can teach it fly. Flying gem acrobatics is... no, definitely not flying gem acrobatics, because flying gem gets consumed. So you're going to need to use it every single time. That's not, I think, a point in its favor. Pidove low A. No way, buddy. Not a chance. The Monado, yes. Pidove C. Is Marshall and Unovan Bruno? Interesting theory. In competitive, though. We're not talking about competitive at all in this. This is an in-game tier list, strictly. Why is the purple metal bag down there? It should be up in S. Okay, I'll maybe, I'll cut this out of the edited video, but for those of us just joining, this is an in-game tier list. So I'm strictly talking about in-game performance from the start of your playthrough to the Elite Four. So the reason why Genesect is in the gray area untiered, despite being like a really strong Pokemon, is because, first of all, it's like not in the game, it's an event Pokemon, and because I'm not talking about competitive at all. So that's why certain Pokemon that are good in competitive, like Dino, up into Hydreigon, I'm telling you now, it's going to be in D, because it's like, it sucks in-game. Nuzlocke rule set or just overall? It's not a Nuzlocke. It's not a Nuzlocke. So utility or like defensive Pokemon, which are good in Nuzlocks, are going to be crap here. Because I don't care about defensive utility at all. I think that answers most things. Some people are sad Pidove's not in low A. Bro, no chance. Like with this, what kills it is the move pool, right? If it got better moves, like if it was basically just, if it was Staraptor with worse stats but the same moves, I would probably put it in A. But no, its move pool is just really underwhelming. So I think it goes to top of C. Alright. Here we go. Next. What's next? Blitzel! Really cute. Blitzel, I think, is pretty good. And specifically, it's, I think, one of your best electric types. It is very fast. You can get Flame Charge, which is like a nice little bit of coverage, although the power is a bit lacking. I think it's pretty darn good. I think it goes at like a bottom of A. Here we go. Blitzel. You should see him here. Stats are on screen. It's pretty fast. And his decently hard. You can use Workup if need be, I believe, to... Wow, people are saying B. Oh my goodness. People don't like Zebstrika. Bottom of A or low B. Bottom of A or low B? Do you mean bottom of A or high B? Wow. Mid A. I don't think it's that good. It would either be bottom of A or top of B. I'm leaning towards top of B myself. High B for sure, yeah. Okay, good. People aren't arguing that it's bad. I'm seeing a lot of high Bs. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. It's... You're basically using Flame Charge and, like, Wild Charge. A lot of charging. If it had, like, Jump Kick, I'd probably put it in A for sure, but it doesn't. So I think I'm going to end up putting it in B, right behind Snivy, is where I think it would belong. Yeah, physical electric, unfortunately, there is no, like, power electric move. Like, you would think that Wild Charge would be, like, an electric type Flare Blitz, but it's not. It's an electric type takedown, which kind of sucks. Yeah, I think Blitzel... I think high B is a solid place for it. I don't think there will be too many dissenting voices. Good job, Blitzel. Yeah, you made it. You blitzed your way up to high B tier. Unless I check the chat and I see riots. I don't see any riots. Why is Wild Charge so bad? It's not bad. It's just not great. It's like the best physical electric move in the game, and it's just kind of underwhelming. It's only 90 base power. You'd think it'd be 120. It's 90 base power with imperfect accuracy and recoil. Just pretty disappointing. Can we get an F in the chat for physical electrics? Yes. Please put your sad emotes in the chat for physical electrics. Put your small galactics, your small rocks, your small fires, your small Cynthias. And if you would like to use these premium emotes, please consider becoming a channel member. I've set it at the minimum number. The minimum charge per month. It's only $1 a month. Unfortunately, I can't actually make it free. I could if I would. But if you would like to use the custom emotes, please consider becoming a channel member. And I guess while I'm shilling and can just cut things out, please consider, if you like the content, joining the Discord. Oh my god, I didn't put a link in the description. I'm such a fool. Mods, please, please consider becoming evolving into a mighty Patreon, or joining the Discord. And I can't chill too much because I didn't put the links in the description. I'm a fool. But the mods, they're great, and they're putting the links in the chat right now. What a streamer. Sorry. Obviously, this is getting cut out of the, easy. I'll be sure to join the Discord. Sorry. Okay. I think we can start ranking Roggenrola. And here's something I didn't really mention. But this is Gen 5, but really they should call this Gen 1.5, because there's echoes of Kanto. There's a lot of Pokemon that sort of parallel Kanto Pokemon, and Roggenrola I think is the first one that really does that, because it's basically Unovan Geodude. And then we have Woobat, which is Unovan Zubat, except it's worse. Spoilers. Then you have things, what are the other parallels? There's a couple ones, like Timber. It's basically Unovan Machop. But despite that, I wouldn't say that this is really pandering to Gen 1. The Gen 1 pandering really gets started in Gen 6. You gotta wait a little bit. Gen 6 is when they really started being like, hey, you like Gen 1? 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 Right now, I think it's still like tasteful illusions. Also, Wooper plays with the hilarious budget Onyx emote. Okay. Let's talk about Roggenrola. So I think people were saying Roggenrola goes in A. I think those people were right. Roggenrola is, I think, pretty darn good. We'll pull up the stats right here, and you'll see. Surprise! It's min-maxed. So it's really, really slow. But like you would expect it to have horrible special defense. It doesn't. 80 is not bad at all, and it's got crazy attack and pretty darn good attack. I don't quite think it's S tier because as a slow Pokemon, it's going to be getting hit. But once you get your turn, you're going to be knocking things out. And okay, so people are saying it has Sandstream. Yes, it does. But that's like good and bad. I think it's mostly bad because when Sandstream in competitive is insane because you build your team around it. But here in in-game, it means that it's going to be hurting most of your team. And more importantly, it takes forever because Sandstream has to start. And at the end of the turn, people are getting buffeted. It's really annoying and it doesn't really hurt you. It doesn't really help you. It doesn't get Sandstream yet. Oh yeah, and Sandstream is like... Does it not get Sandstream in Gen 5? Yeah, it doesn't even get Sandstream in Gen 5. And besides, Sturdy is better. Sturdy got buffed in Gen 5, where it now prevents you from getting knocked out. It used to just prevent one-hit KO moves, which is worthless. But in Gen 5, it finally got buffed to actually be like a Focus Sash, where if you get knocked out from full HP, you don't actually get knocked out, you remain on 1 HP. I don't think that's really going to happen, because Gigalith is decently bulky. But it basically lets you go into, like, hopeless situations where you're getting, like, slammed by a special water move and know that you're at least going to get one hit off. And with 135 base attack, your opponent is probably dead. I think that is definitely worth an A. And I don't want to hear any complaints in the chat. It's definitely an A. Remember, it's a rock type, yeah. But Cheese, what if I can't access trade evos? Oh, I mentioned this at the beginning. But I'm assuming that you can get trade evolutions. I'm assuming you're playing on a very legitimate compy that has the ability to basically swap trade evos for, like, level evolutions. I don't think it's fair to discount trade evolutions. Also, James Majewski, thanks for becoming a small cheese. Your contribution is appreciated. And I'm gonna leave that in the video because I'm shilling for my own channel here. Alright, that's Boldor. Okay. Next, Woobat and Swoobat. So this is Unovan Zubat. And you might remember that Golbat was absolute garbage. And it got a lot better in Generation 2 when it got its Crobat evolution. And there is no equivalent of that here for Swoobat. So Swoobat, you'll notice, it's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? Yeah, people are saying C. I agree. It's a C tier Pokemon for sure. So one thing is Woobat. I'm going to show you Woobat's stats. Shield your eyes. Good lord. Good lord, they suck. And you are not getting that Swoobat evolution until High Friendship. So I think considering how god-awful Woobat is and how, like, unimpressive Swoobat is, we're looking at a C. In fact, I think it's actually worse than Patrat. It's just really, really unimpressive. Simple, Calm Mind is busted. Simple is the hidden ability. No hidden abilities in this list. Would even argue D. I don't quite think it's D because at least it's available early, but yeah, it's pretty bad. B tier. No. No. Not a chance. Alright, Woobat and Swoobat, you can swoop on into the bottom of C. This thing's pretty darn bad. It's just kind of useless. Any riots for this? Doesn't look like it. Still better special attack than Superior. That's true. Ripperoni Superior. Okay, I don't see any complaints in the chat. Okay, great. Alright. Ooh, tailored muffin, another food item. Thank you for becoming a small cheese. Can we spam some welcome emotes for tailored muffin? Thank you. Maybe some Synthachads? I'll do one. Look at this. Streamer derails the stream to spam emotes in his own chat. I gotta type this. Synthachad. Look at this lovingly crafted emote. You gotta use this. $2 donation from Sean Duffs. Excadrill is a Gigachad. Well, that is a good transition into talking about Excadrill. Because if you've seen the thumbnail for this video, which, I mean, if you're watching it, you have, yeah, Excadrill is arguably the best Pokemon in the game. Excadrill is a Gigachad. It is pretty much the embodiment of everything that makes a Gen 5 Pokemon in particular really good. So I'm gonna show you the stats, and don't shield your eyes because you're gonna wanna feast your eyes on this. These stats are basically perfect. Oh, look at this! Look at this! So you get Excadrill, or specifically Drillbur, pretty early. A Duskcloud in Wellspring Cave, and Drillbur itself is okay. It's not amazing, but it is pretty darn good. You're going to be hitting things with some, I believe, some stab digs fairly early. It evolves into Excadrill not too late, level 31. And once you get to Excadrill, it's over. It is over. Because you've got the ground typing to make sure that things die, and the steel typing to make sure you don't die. That's basically all you need. 88 speed, it's not lightning fast, but it is fast. It's basically the cusp of fast enough, especially if you overlevel your opponent, which you probably will slightly. And with 135 base attack, honestly, you don't really need to boost your attack to knock things out. Like, stab Earthquake with 135 base attack, goodbye. Goodbye. This thing, I'm honestly going to put it ahead of Tepig. I think it's in contention for the best Pokemon in the game. There's a reason that in my Discord server, almost every type has like a Michael Phelps edit representing the best Pokemon, or like one of the best Pokemon of their type. And for ground, it's Excadrill. I think it's incredible. It's really, really good. And we're not counting it in the tier list, but in competitive, Excadrill was so good that it was banned. Excadrill is the embodiment of turn off your brain. Yeah, it's pretty. You can't really go wrong with Excadrill. Really, really good. And that's not even counting its abilities, right? It basically has no abilities in game because Sand Rush you can't really use without setting up Sandstorm and like hurting the rest of your team. You don't even need it. You don't even need it. It has no ability, and it's still one of the best Pokemon in the game. Great Pokemon. Alright. Audino. This is the first Pokemon on the list that's like, I would consider like a defensive Pokemon. The main niche of Audino is not on your team. It's getting killed to power up the rest of your team because it gives you a lot of XP. So look at these stats here. You can see offensively, it's a sad story, right? 60-60 offenses and 50 speed. I'm cutting off its ears here. Can I get this to work? There we go. Audino. Is it D tier? I don't think it's that bad. But it's definitely like low C. A good point is that you can, because it is like a normal type that gets a bunch of TMs, you can like stuff it with a bunch of TMs to like give the illusion of it having coverage. But with 60-60 offenses, like, what are you doing? Discount Chansey, yeah. Audino is a sad, basically a sad Chansey ripoff. I think it's actually better than Chansey because you at least get it earlier. You do get it really early. I wouldn't say it's unusable garbage. I don't think I'm going to put it in D. It's really hard for a Pokemon that joins this early to be in D, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. XP tier, yeah. I'm thinking like bottom of C is where I'm going to put it. Audino B tier? No way. No way. No way. And Audino giving you a bunch of XP, like, that's not, like, a factor. Like, being useful when you knock it out is, like, that doesn't give it points on this list, guys. But it is worth noting, because I think that's why Audino is, like, in the game. It's meant to be, like, an XP battery. But, like, on your actual team, no thanks. I think bottom of C is where it belongs. Will there be riots in the chat? I don't think so. Regenerator is pretty good, though. I mean, I guess, but in general, you're not really going to be switching out, right? Like, defensive utility does not factor into this at all. Chatty's bad at Pokemon. I maybe should have put the rules for the tier list, like, in the description. That would have been a good idea. And I'll do that next stream, I think. Isn't Regenerator hidden ability? I don't think so. A moment of silence to all the Audino that were swiftly murdered at the hands of trainers who wanted to get through Gen 5 efficiently. Yeah. Oh, and here is a pretty obscure fact you guys might not know. But in Generation 6, they introduced a mechanic called Mega Evolution. And this Pokemon, Audino, has a Mega Evolution. It's true. Only true Pokemon fans will know, but here you go. Mega Audino actually exists. Not many people know that. Okay, that's enough. Next. Timber! The Unovan Machop line? So Timber. If you know anything about Gen 5, it's the first fighting type we've seen. In Gen 5, Game Freak, they all started going to the gym or something because they decided to add a ton of ridiculously good fighting types. They're all, like, insane. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them are insane, and it starts with Timber. This thing's crazy. So if you look at these stats, it's basically the fighting type version of the Roggenrola line. So, like, look at this. Look at this. Beautiful. It's pretty slow, but 140 base attack. Good lord. Good lord. I don't think it's S tier. I think it basically goes where Roggenrola does. I think it's a little bit better than Roggenrola. But it's basically, you move second probably. You don't die because you've got pretty good defense, you're pretty beefy, and then you just annihilate whatever you hit. 140 attack, goodbye. And both of its abilities are pretty darn good. You can have Guts, which will just take your attack to the moon if you ever get statused. And you can get Sheer Force. And how Sheer Force works, it's a really good ability. It basically removes secondary effects. So that would be like flinch chance on Rock Slide, for example, and powers up the move. And in general, the power is worth losing the secondary effects. People want it in S. Do you guys think it's S? I think it's top of A. I would put it in top of A. I think it's too slow for S. So I think to be in S, you've really got to go first. Because, like, consider this. Like, when you move second, which you always will as Conkeldurr, basically, assuming you one-shot everything, which you also will be doing as Conkeldurr, moving second means that the game takes almost twice as long. Because, like, if you move first and one-hit KO, like, say your opponent has 3 Pokemon. If you move first and one-hit KO, the battle is 3 turns. If you move second and one-hit KO, the battle is 6 turns, right? Because your opponent has to attack you. I don't think it should go in S. Yeah, it doesn't get Mach Punch by level up. And a 40 base power move is not going to be OHKOing everything. It also doesn't get Drain Punch yet, which is unfortunate. As a, like, level up or TM move, because there isn't a TM for it in Gen 5. Guts Mach Punch. Guys, that's not possible. It's not possible in this tier list, which is Gen 5 in-game. Yeah, it does not have Drain Punch yet. Drain Punch is a breeding move, I believe, in Gen 5. So you're not going to be getting that either. So it's just going to be top of A. Just win strats. Easy, yeah. I think top of A is fine. I don't think people will, if to be clear, if this was faster, it would be S, for sure. But unfortunately, you're going to be going second, almost guaranteed. But once you get your move, you're going to be dealing massive damage. Am I the only one who breeds for moves in playthroughs? You might be. Any last comments about Timber? This is your chance. Quick Claw meme strats, okay. Simon Albert says yes. Okay, what are your last comments? If Zora Evolutionary Line wasn't gray area, what would the tier be? Oh, probably like B. It's not that great. Outclassed by choice specs Machamp. I mean, if you're talking about meme sets, yeah, I guess it is outclassed by choice specs Machamp. You are right. Okay. Alright. Next. Aiden McCarthy. Okay, we'll address this one. Might I ask what makes Oshawott S over it? Yes. So the main reason why Oshawott is S over it is because you start with Oshawott. I care about availability really a lot. That's a terrible sentence. I care a lot about availability, which is why the starters always do very well on my tier lists. And it's a water type, which is really good. Basically, for starters to be lower than S, they gotta be really bad. They gotta be Snivy. Or Charmander. But being a starter, for me, means, like, you're S by default, pretty much. But I mean, if you started with Timber, then yeah, it would be S. Okay. Timpole. Unovan Poliwag. It's definitely better than Poliwag to Poliwrath. Once we get into Drizzle stuff, I don't know if you can say it's better, but in terms of in-game, this thing is not bad. This is a balanced Pokemon, which is kind of unfortunate. But, if you look over here, chat, please tell me, what type is this Pokemon? I'm waiting for chat to tell me. What type is this Pokemon? Water Ground. Yes, it's Water Ground. So, I mean, it's the Swampert at home, but hey, Swampert is absolutely insane. So, nothing on this Pokemon is, like, that, like, exceptional, but it's a Water Ground type. Like, insane. You're basically invincible. You get Stab Water, which is amazing. You get Stab Ground, which is amazing. I don't think you can say this thing goes any lower than A. Uh, I think I'm actually going to put it above Roggenrola and below Lillipup is what I'm thinking. So I'll go ahead and do that now. Boop. Back to the chat. Oh, since Earthquake TM is postgame, best you get is Dig, Bulldoze. Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. Isn't this super late available plus evolution? This thing? No, you get it pretty early. And level 36 oh, you can't see that. Level 36 to its final evolution. I think it should be higher than Lillipup. It's so good. I don't know about that. I think Lillipup is a little bit better. Because you do get Lillipup earlier, and Lillipup also, I think... It's like Stab Return is pretty darn good, and like another chatter pointed out, you don't actually get Earthquake on this thing. Which is unfortunate. Quagsire is the Seismitoad at home. Yeah, like in terms of like water ground Pokemon, like the premium is Swampert. And I think maybe Gastrodon is like good enough to hang with Swampert, like a little bit. No, how do we do this? We got a lot of homes here. So we got Swampert. And then the Swampert at home is Gastrodon. And then, no. Here's the ranking. Here we go. Here's how we do it. So Swampert is obviously the top. Then the Swampert at home is Seismitoad. Then the Seismitoad at home is Gastrodon. Then the Gastrodon at home is Whiscash. And then the Whiscash at home is Quagsire. It's a lot of homes. I don't even own a single home. I'm really jealous of all these water ground types. Real estate market dominated by water ground types. Who knew? Any final comments about Seismitoad? What about Pokemon Home? Uh-oh. Oh my... Dark type? Oh, hang on, guys. 1 second. We'll be right back. We're back. Okay, I just had to close the curtain. That was all. Okay. All right. Let's go. Next. What are we? Okay. Throw and Sock. So this is where I really have to mention that aesthetics don't matter. Because I think Sock and Throw are some of the worst designs in Pokemon history. I think they're just atrocious. Like, they're basically Muppets. Yeah, Bert and Ernie with, like, skin conditions and, like, martial arts uniforms. I think it is shocking to me that we are 5 generations in with all the resources of the Pokemon Company, and they come up with these designs. Like, I don't think there's any term for it other than creatively bankrupt. I think these designs are horrible, and their names as well are a complete joke. Like, let's just take real words and just, like, misspell them. This is a new Pokemon name. Amazing. Wow. Incredible. How much brain power did it take for that? I can't believe it. Oh my god. And, like, the real crime is they named one Sock. So what's the other one gonna be? It's gotta be Bop, right? Sock and Boppers? They named it Throw. Horrible. But aesthetics don't factor into these tier lists, right? I don't care about aesthetics at all, and there's no denying that both of these are really, really good. Sock in particular, I think, is actually an S tier Pokemon. And before you type your complaints in the chat, look at this. Look at this. You're going to tell me this isn't an S tier Pokemon? It's S. Like, you get this thing right before the normal gym, 85 base speed is like good enough, and 125 base attack is incredible. It's base, yeah, easily. I was just about to say it, but easily said it in the chat. It's basically Heracross. Yeah. And Heracross is really good. It's just a Pokemon that, for the time you get it in the game, has insane stats, right? Because remember, the stats I've shown you so far have been for fully evolved. Sock is fully evolved. You get it, and it's this strong. Like, right away. There's no arguing that this thing is lower than S, but I hate it. Okay? Congratulations, Sock. And Throw is just the like more defensive version of Socks. You can see it here. It's still like decently offensive. You can see its stats once I actually find it. Here it is. Boop. And I gotta make sure you can actually see the stats in the like window. You can't. There we go. It's just like worse. But it's still like 100 base attack, decent defenses, and again, you get it like fully evolved. So I think it's probably going to be, I'm thinking like bottom of A. Yeah, Throw is definitely worse than Timber. It has a much lower ceiling than Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr's way better. But I mean, it starts as Throw, who is stronger than Timber. So I think that Throw gets to be at the bottom of A, unfortunately. No biases in these lists. I don't like it, but there you go. Also, thank you, Sean Does Stuffs, for the generous $2 donation, which I will now read. Sock on D's. D's what? I won't say it. Okay. Okay, next. Swaddle. And I think that these sort of early game bugs are one of the clearest examples of the Gen 5 power creep. Because look at this base stat total is 500. That's really high. Like if you compare like Swaddle to Butterfree and Scolipede to Beedrill, it's like a joke. And you could argue that they're not exactly the same role because the Gen 1 bugs evolve really early. And these Pokemon actually evolve like decently late. I think it's like 20s for Swaddle. Yeah, 20 to Swadloon, and then Friendship to Leaveney. But I mean, these stats are not bad. Unfortunately, chat, what type is this Pokemon? It's Grass Bug. Grass Bug is pretty unfortunate, but it's really not that bad. It's really not that bad. And bug types in general get a big boost in this generation because, chat, tell me what types the Elite Four are? The Elite Four are Psychic, Ghost, Dark, and Fighting. So against half the Elite Four, Bug kind of wins. I think people are saying in the chat now, I think bottom B is a good place for Swaddle. It is dark in my room. It is dark, but Swaddle in bottom of B, I think, is where it belongs. It's like okay when you get it. You can Leaf Blade stuff, that's okay. And these stats in total, they're not incredible, but they're like good enough. People are saying high C. Hold it! Leaveney can use Grass Whistle and Hone Claws. No, that's not a real combo, guys. B for best. I'm thinking bottom of B is where I'm going to put it. If it won for its typing, it's B, but the typing is so bad. I don't think it's so bad. It's just unimpressive. We're not using Grass Whistle, guys. Grass Whistle Home... No! Swaddle, good job. Bottom of B is, I think, where it goes. I think you could debate that it should go into top of C. But I think like its stats are good enough, and it matches up well enough against the Elite Four and it's available enough for. Let me rephrase this so I can actually put it in the edit. I think you could argue that it could go in top of C, but I think its stats are like good enough. Its availability is good enough, and its matchups against the Elite Four are good enough to like just barely squeak into the bottom of B. And chat has just lost its mind. It's talking about string shot agility. It's talking about home claws, grass whistle. No. Okay. No. Okay. Great. Next. Venipede line into... I was going to say its Japanese name. It's like Pandora. What's its English name? Scolipede. Scolipede. It's better than Swaddle, I would say, but it's not amazing. In fact, I would say it's like just barely better than Swaddle. I'll pull up the stats right now. Don't be deceived, because what you're going to see right here are actually the buffed stats. Wait, was I deceived? Guys, I'm lying to you. Yes. No, I was not deceived. Guys, don't be deceived, because what you're seeing right now are the buffed stats. It used to actually have 90 base attack, so it's not actually 100 base. 90 is still, like, fine. And you're not getting speed boost, because that's a hidden ability. So considering that you don't get speed boost, and you have slightly weaker attack, I don't quite think this makes it into the higher echelons of B, but I think it's basically just a better Swaddle. It's basically just a decently strong bug move on a decently strong... it's basically a decently strong bug move on a speed stick. 112 speed, that's amazing. You don't really need speed boost. It wouldn't really make a difference. I guess you could do baton pass strats with this, but I wouldn't bother with that for in-game. You can just hit things and knock them out with the Excadrill. People are saying C. Better defensive typing. Yeah, that's true. I think Bug Poison, it's not great, but it's probably better than Bug Grass overall. It was absolute garbage in Den 5. It didn't get speed boost. I mean, it doesn't need speed boost for in-game. We're not talking about competitive at all. Def Mid B. Ooh. Below the monkeys. Better than the... Like, literally the two messages next to each other. Below the monkeys, better than the monkeys at very least. Yeah, I think I'm just going to put it right above Swaddle, is I think where it belongs. Because it's a little faster and a little more offensively minded than Swaddle, so I think it goes a little bit higher. And it gets Mega Horn, which is nice. I'm messing up my mouse here. Congratulations, Scolipede. There you go, bottom of B. Okay. Next. Cottony line. Cottony and Whimsicott. I mean, look at these stats. It's a fast defensive grass type, so it moves first. And then what? Like, keep in mind, it doesn't have a fairy typing yet, which is a huge buff. It's not D. No, it's not D, but it's pretty darn bad. I think it's going to be in C. It's basically like the Jump Pluff of Gen 5, where the strategy to win is to, like, annoy your opponent to death. But keep in mind, right, your opponent is a computer, so the only person you're actually annoying is you. It does get Prankster. It's just a prank bro, so it almost always goes first with its non-damaging moves, and eventually, like, when you die of old age, you'll win the battle. It's a Pyrrhic victory. What a big word. Yeah, in terms of in-game, this is not what you want. I don't quite think it's a D, but it's a C. In fact, I actually think it's worse than Audino. So I'm going to put it below Audino. Yeah, and Prankster is not relevant in single player at all. Because 116 speed, you're probably going first anyway. So the ability to guaranteed, almost guaranteed, use non-attacking moves first is just worthless. Doesn't mean anything. Sorry, Cottony. All right. Next. Lilligant. Are you ready? You guys think I don't like grass types? You're right. We are not biased on this channel, okay? We evaluate Pokemon based on their individual merits. And I think that Lilligant is an A-tier Pokemon. I'm gonna put it here. Is the chat rioting? This thing is really good. This thing is really, like, seriously, like, look, first of all, look at these stats. This is basically what you want to see, right? Decent enough speed, and a pretty darn good special attack. And look at this. Are you ready? We're going to go to the moves, all right? Gen 5. Can you see this? Gen 5. Look at this. Quiver Dance. Do you guys know what Quiver Dance does? Plus speed, plus special attack, and for free, plus special defense. Right? I mean, grass moves aren't that great, but basically you spend one turn to Quiver Dance and then you OHKO everything. I think that's an A. It's really not that bad. And as people have mentioned, you can go ahead and use Petal Dance without any fear of the drawback because you have own tempo, so you don't even get confused. Put it in S? No. It's definitely not S, but considering that you can spend one turn to Quiver Dance and basically sweep everything, I think that's an A. And it's available decently early. Oh yeah, Petal Dance is late game, but I mean, you don't need it. Poll, we need her an S. No, it's not going in S. It's not going in S, but it's very good. I think that high A, enjoy the sight of a grass starter in high A. What about coverage? The coverage is not great, but considering that you have decent special attack and you could actually boost that attack very reliably, I think it's fine to consider it in A, despite the fact that really you're only going to be using grass moves. Any people rioting about Lilligant in A? They want it higher. Oh wait, sorry, I missed a $5 donation from... Oh, sorry. 5 quid. I missed a 5 quid donation from Richard Davis. S-tier Lilligant. No. Sorry. But thank you for the five pounds. Yes, it also is worth mentioning that you can evolve it basically immediately with a Sunstone you get. Which is worth a lot. So yeah, Lilligant in high A. I think that's fair. Thank you, $5 donation from Neen Scram. Just Lilligant! And then a blushing face. Oh no. Okay, enjoy the grass type. Enjoy seeing a high tier grass type while you can. You're not going to see much else. Alright. Next. Computer, you okay? Oh, I see. Okay. It's Basculin. I mean, there's no C tier in this game, SEA C tier, but if there was, is there a more SEA C tier Pokemon than Basculin? Like, this thing is, I don't know, there's no other term for it. It's creatively bankrupt. Like, it's just a fish. And look, you can click on this button for additional artwork. What's it going to be? Wow. Incredible. Such variety. The eye is slightly different and the stripe is a different color. Incredible. Who cares? Well, it's a water type. That's pretty good. It's got okay attack. Put it like bottom of B? Sure. Any objections? Are there any rabid Basculin fans that demand that I place it higher? Ooh. C tier, yeah. If there was an SEA C tier in this game, it would go there for sure. Bottom of B with those stats? I mean, it's fast enough. And this ability here, adaptability, is really good. So what adaptability does is it doubles your stab bonus. So instead of 1.5, you get double. And water is a good type. So adaptability water moves means that its attack is really like, you can think of it as higher than 92. I think like bottom of B is fine. You'd argue it's above the bugs. Yeah, that is an argument you could make. I don't think it's wrong. But I also think that the bugs bring something that masculine really doesn't. Because it's just it brings a 2x instead of 1.5. That's not doubling. Yeah. What did I say? It doubles the stab bonus. That's true. But like it doesn't make the move twice as powerful. Also, and maybe I'm just dumb, but hopefully somebody in the chat can help me explain this. But isn't adaptability like this makes no sense. I'm gonna redo that because I have to put this in the YouTube video. Maybe I'm just like dumb. Hopefully somebody in the chat can help me. But can somebody explain to me why this ability is called adaptability? So you would think that adaptability would do the opposite of what it says, right? You'd think that it would give you like a stab bonus or some sort of bonus for using moves that aren't your type, right? Because you're adapting to other things. But what it does is it makes you better at not adapting. You're better at using what you're comfortable with. Like, am I just thinking of this wrong? Can somebody please tell me why this ability is called adaptability? Bad translation. I considered that already. I looked at it, because it's Japanese, is tiki, I think it's tikiose, which is like literally adaptability. It means the same. So it's not a bad translation. It adapts to what it has, so that's why it gets 2x, I guess? You'll be adapted to a single-typed attacking style. Your stab is useful in all scenarios, making it adaptable? I don't know if that's what they're going for. It makes no sense, same in Spanish. Adapting to the fact that you're using a bass? Okay. Adaptability means to adapt to your niche more intensely? I think it's the opposite of that, right? Oh, it's Tekyo-ryoku? It's not Tekyose? Sorry. Fake news. Whoops. I adapted to breathing. I breathe stronger now. It's more like you're adept at something. Yeah, I guess if it was called like adept, I would agree that that's what the ability should do. I don't know. I just think adaptability is like a sus name. Because like think about when you would use adaptability in like an English sentence, right? Like say you're like, oh yeah, my coworker James, I'd say his greatest strength is his adaptability. That's why we never ask him to go out of his comfort zone. Like what? That's enough about harping on adaptability, but I just don't think it makes any sense. Oh, wow. Look who's next. It's Sandile. You guys saw the thumbnail, right? I think you guys know where Sandile is going. Sandile. What's the first letter of Sandile? It's S. Yeah. The Sandile line is going in S for sure. Look at these stats. These are beautiful. Beautiful. 92 base speed. I mean, it's a little slow, but it's fast enough. 117 attack. That is fantastic, and it is only going up because, look at this. Moxie. So, if you don't know what Moxie does, is when you knock out the opponent, you get +1 attack. And in a game like Gen 5, where one of the big issues is not being overleveled enough to knock out everything, after you get that Moxie boost, everything is dying in one hit. And it helps that generally trainers lead with, crap Pokemon, and then they have their stronger Pokemon in reserve. And their stronger Pokemon are going to be facing like a +2 or +3 attack Crocodile, and they're just going to die. This thing is incredible. It is definitely going in S. The question is whether or not it's better than Drillbur and Excadrill. And I think it's a no on that, but it's close. I think you could argue it both ways, but I personally think it's a little bit worse because when you get Drillbur earlier, and Drillbur also hits its peak earlier, because I think you can see it here. The Crocodile evolution is a little bit later. It's level 40. Sandile kind of sucks. It's not bad, but it's like kind of like suspicious. Krokorok is fine. But you really have to get to Crocodile to get things going, which takes a little bit of time, whereas Excadrill is already destroying the game at like level 32. Intimidate is also like a fine option, but when your other option is Moxie, no. You need Moxie. Moxie is incredible. Fun Moxie fact. So I was in high school when Generation 5 came out, and I was following the, I wouldn't say the leaks, I guess the reveals online as they were coming out. And this was before global releases. So all of the information was in Japanese. And when they initially talked about Moxie, how they translated it in like the fan translations I looked at was Earthquake Spiral. And you might be confused as to how in the world they got that. So the Japanese name of the ability is Jishin Kajo. And you'll see this in the edited version, but basically Japanese has 3 writing systems. There's hiragana and katakana, which is kind of like English uppercase and lowercase letters. Like, not actually, but that's how I'm going to explain it simply. And then the 3rd writing system, kanji, is the one that has all the crazy, like, symbols. And Pokemon games, because they're for kids, in baseline, they're in hiragana and katakana. And Japanese has, like, fewer sounds. So what happens is you get a lot of words that sound the same, and you can't really tell what they're supposed to mean unless you use the crazy symbols. So because of just how you write Jishin Kajo in Japanese, people initially thought, because this is a ground type, that it meant Jishin Earthquake and Kajo Spiral. And then once we found out that, other Pokemon that have nothing to do with ground type get the same ability, they're like, okay, maybe they actually meant Jishin Self-Confidence and Kajo Excess. This is kind of a nightmare, but I think it's kind of cool. Sandow's really good, guys. Okay, enough weebing out for now. Darumaka. If you've played this game, or if you've watched any of Shofu's videos, which you may have if you're a Pokemon fan, I think he still makes videos, but he was really big back in the day. Yeah, I think you already know where this thing's going. I don't know about top of S, but S for sure. This thing is insane! In fact, I think I'm actually going to put it ahead of Tepig. This thing is crazy. Yeah, John Smith said it right. Darmanitan is a Chad who one-shots everything. 95 base speed is fast enough, and 140 attack is fast enough that without boosts, things are dead. Things are dying. This thing is crazy. Yeah, desert resort encounters stay winning, boys. If you're from the desert, you're probably pretty good. Oh yeah, sheer force flare bits. Like, the power of this thing is insane. I think, like, to this day, this is about as hard as you can hit, like, off the bat, like, in the series. Like, if you are hit by Darmanitan and you don't resist it, you're dead. You are dead. It's unfortunate that Flare Blitz deals recoil damage, but you have the HP stat to take it. And you don't even need it, because you get Fire Punch really early, and, like, Fire Punch is already killing most things. This thing is crazy. I don't think it's quite as good as the Sandile and Drillbur boys, but it's up there. And you could maybe argue that it's better. Because you could Flame Charge to boost your speed while still probably knocking out your opponent. And then from there, like, smash things. Are we going to talk about Belly Drum? Yes, it's bad. It's bad. I don't know why you would ever use it. Why would you spend a turn and half your HP to max out your attack when you already one-shot everything? Don't Belly Drum. It's useless. Hustle Darumaki is pretty cringe. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but once you get to Darmanitan, it's not a problem. Better than Sandile and Excadrill. You could argue that, but I don't think so. I think Excadrill is still better, because you do get Excadrill a little bit earlier, and I think it's overall better. Are you sure Flame Charge will boost your speed while you have Sheer Force? I think it does, because I don't think stat boosts are a secondary effect. It's why Sheer Force doesn't affect, I'm using this move. It's like Hammer Arm or like Superpower. I'm pretty sure that Sheer Force doesn't actually affect stat boosts. Can somebody confirm or deny? Oh, penalties don't count, but stat boosts do? That's unfortunate. 140 attack is fast enough. Did I say that? Oh, I see. Okay, so it doesn't actually get the It doesn't actually get the sheer force boost on flame charge. Or it does get the sheer force boost, but then you lose the speed increase. That's unfortunate. Well, 95 base speed is fast enough. You don't need it. It's still S tier. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It has enough speed, basically, yeah. Cheese was hit by Darmanitan. Alright, I think that's enough for Darmanitan. It's pretty darn good. Next. Maractus. Why does this thing exist? We already have Cacturn. It's so boring, but I think you'll be shocked when you see these stats, because they're actually not as bad as you would think. And this is what I mean by, like, power creep, because if this thing was a Gen 1 Pokemon, these stats would be even worse. Still pretty bad, though. It's still pretty bad. S plus design, no way. This is a pretty boring design. It's just a cactus, guys. It's not D, right? I mean, I think we're still early enough that it dodges the D, but not by much. It's definitely C. Off-brand Petalil. I think it's actually... Is it better than Cottony? Maybe. At least it has 106 special attack. I think it's better than Cottony, but that's not saying much. Real unfortunate. Boop. But I mean, I don't think it minds so much, right? I mean, it's still dancing. It's gonna be happy no matter where it goes. Enjoy your placement at the bottom of C. Why does this Pokemon exist? Boring. Creatively bankrupt is what I would say. Move Lilligant up to S while you're there. Nice try, buddy. C for Cactus, yeah. Alright, next. Dwebble. And Crustle. So one of the Pokemon available in the pay-to-win Chinese fiasco that is Pokemon Unite. I think you'll be a little bit surprised by these stats. I thought that this thing had... I thought this thing was just like a wall, but look at this. 105 attack, that's not bad at all. And yeah, Fire Scissor says, Shell Smash time. Yeah. I think this thing would definitely be, like, kinda bad, like C tier, except you can smash that shell. And once you Shell Smash, you go from being a, like, defensive Pokemon to you're coming at him. You got the X-Scissor, you got the rock moves, and you're moving, like, decently fast. Unfortunately, well, how long does it take to get Shell Smash? I think it takes a little bit while. Great sentence. Let's check. Let's be sure. No fake news here. So Shell Smash is 43, so kind of late. Unfortunately, before Shell Smash, it's not that great. But I mean, you can Shell Smash, which makes it quite good. I think, considering how late Shell Smash is, I think we're going to give this a low B. How are people feeling about that? Quick Claw go brrr. You don't need Quick Claw on this. Are people okay with a low B placement for it? Pretty serviceable A tier? No, not A tier. Mid B. I'm thinking mid to low B. It's not A. No way. Better than Monkey? No way. B. Low B. Yeah, I'm thinking low B. Because it's pretty underwhelming until you start smashing that shell. And once you get Shell Smash, it's not, like, incredible. It's just, like, good. Right, remember, you have to spend a turn to Shell Smash. Yeah. I think, middling availability, decent potential is a good way to describe it. So I think it'll go in, like, low B. We'll put it between Sewaddle and Venipede. How about that? Boop. I think that's fine. B for bruh. These Pokemon kinda, yeah. Better than Muna? Yeah, I agree, but you get Muna earlier. It has Sturdy. It does have Sturdy, but you're probably not dying in one hit anyway, so Sturdy doesn't really matter. But it is a nice bonus. It should be ahead of the other bugs. Yeah. White Herb. Yeah, no, White Herb is consumed in-game, so, like, White Herb is not a real thing for in-game playthroughs. Alright, next. Scraggy, and Scrafty. I think you guys already know. This thing's good. This thing's really good. Starts with S. I think this is an S tier Pokemon. This thing is really good. And it's really good because of the game that it's in. So one thing that makes it S is, I mean, look at this. Hopefully you can read this. It says Moxie. I don't know how much more I have to say, but it has Moxie. So we already talked about how good Moxie is. 90 attack is pretty good. It is good enough to get that Moxie boost, and from then on, it is sweeping. So yes, it's good, but it's slow. That is true. It is slow. If it was the same tier, or sorry, if it was the same like speed as Drillbur and Sandile, I would put it up there. Unfortunately, it's not. So you are going to be getting hit. You're going to be getting hit a lot. But with those defenses, you can take it. Evolves too late. 39, I mean, it's pretty late, but it's okay. Also, it's worth noting that this thing murders the Elite Four. This thing absolutely runs train on 3 out of 4. The only one it can't really take on is Marshall, the Unovan Bruno. So I think because it's got that Moxie, and it just wrecks 3/4 of the Elite Four, I think it's definitely an S. If it were faster, it would be at the top of S. But considering its lackluster speed, and it doesn't really have a way to boost that, unfortunately, it can't Dragon Dance without breeding. I'm going to say, yeah, worse than Bird. Just under Bird, but still very, very good. And as I'm moving this is your chance to get in your complaints about it not being higher. But I think S is fine for it. And I'm checking the chat to see if there's any angry comments. There are better fighting and dark types. This is the only dark fighting type in the game, right? Oh, you mean like individually? Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, there are better in fighting dark types. That's why they're higher. S tier too high. No, it's really good. Why are people talking about Archeops? It's not Archeops' turn. Yeah, Sock is higher because you get Sock earlier, and because Sock, like, starts as a really strong Pokemon. Okay. Hot take from unregistered Reggie. Sigilif is really good. I won't say really good, but I will agree that it is surprisingly good. So here are Sigilif's stats. Boop, look at this. And yeah, those stats are surprisingly good. Fire Scissor, Sigilif is kind of whack. Yeah, I agree. So Sigilif is, I will agree, surprisingly good. Is it A tier good? I don't know. Right now, I'm feeling top of B. Yeah, the problem is the move pool. So it's decently fast. And you're going to get that Psychic move off. Maybe you're going to be Air Slash and eventually Air Slash! Good stats in Magic. Well, Magikarp doesn't really do anything, unfortunately. I should be more clear. Magikarp doesn't really do anything in the context of in-game. It's, insane and competitive, one of the best abilities ever. But for in-game, it doesn't really do anything. Yeah, the desert is too strong. I think it's fair to put Sigilif at the bottom of A, is what I'm thinking. Because you don't have to evolve it. It starts out this strong, and its move pool is pretty good. I believe earlier on you're going to be using, like, Psybeam and Air Cutter, which are, like, decent filler until you get to Psychic and Air Slash, which you're really going to be using. Yeah, people have mentioned, like, Cosmic Power, Stored Power. Yeah, it's a gimmick. You wouldn't be using that in game. That takes forever. But I think bottom of A, we'll put it ahead of Throw. I think it's actually a little bit better than Throw. I think that's about where it belongs. Whoop. Any rioters upset about that placement? Yeah, it is worth noting that, well, it's good against Unovan Bruno, Marshall, but you gotta be careful because a lot of his Pokemon have rock moves that'll just, like, destroy you. And this isn't quite good enough to OHKO all of them, but I mean, it's pretty good. And we may as well, because we are here, we can talk about this move that it gets in Gen 5. So no chat, no cheating. Synchronize. What does this move do? And it says 120 base power, but in Gen 5 it was actually 70 base power. What does Synchronize do? Can somebody tell me? I'll give you a hint. It's really bad. Yes. It hits targets with the same type as you. So it's going to hit other Pokemon that are Psychic type. And Psychic resists Psychic with a 70 base power move. What? And yes, Synchronize is usable on Umbreon, which is a Dark type, which means it does nothing. This is probably one of the worst moves in Pokemon history. It is horrible. Don't use Synchronize. Oh, it hard counters Halucha, yes. Absolutely a horrible move. Good lord. Okay, but we're not holding that against Sigilif, because obviously you don't have to use it. Okay, who is next? Yamask. I think this is one of the early Pokedex entries that implies that, or not even implies, straight up states that Ghost type Pokemon like used to be humans, because it like cries when it remembers when it used to be a human. That's so sad. Cofagrius. I don't actually think you can trade this Pokemon because of unfortunate words that are in its base name. I mean, it doesn't have to do with its tiering, but that's a not so fun fact. So, Cofagrius, it's really slow. But, I mean, it's not that bad. Because it's so slow and it's not, like, exceptionally on offense, I don't think we can put it any higher than C, but it's fine. In terms of, like, defensive Pokemon, this is about what you want. Good defenses on both sides, and it can hit decently hard off of 75 base attack, right? I mean, it doesn't die, but how good is not dying in an in-game playthrough? Not that great. So I'm thinking we're going to put it in C tier, maybe like below Audino is what I'm thinking. Level 34 evolution, not too late, but not too early. This is a good Trick Room setter, but I don't think you should be using Trick Room in-game. I think B simply a solid lead. Or lead, I guess. That would also work with solid. It's B at least? What? No way. Did you guys just join the stream? This is an in-game tier list. I'm not considering competitive at all. Which is why I was also confused by lead, because you don't really need leads. You just destroy with whatever Pokemon you start with. It has more stuff going on than Audino. It's so good in Nuzlocke. Guys, we're not... Okay, I definitely need to put the rules in the description, because this is not a Nuzlocke, guys. We're doing an efficient in-game playthrough. So, like, in Nuzlocke, yes, I agree this would be a B, because defensive utility counts for a lot. But I don't care about defensive utility. I care about killing things really fast, which Cofagrius does not do. So I think it's going to go... I'm going to put it right above Audino, I think, is where it belongs. Oop. Any complaints about that? Now is your chance. Level 40 Shell Smash? Oh, you're talking about the next Pokemon. Okay. Like, what? Okay. Great. Next. Alright. Tortuga. What's the title of, like, Jack Sparrow? Something of Tortuga. Like, the... Can somebody tell me what is the... What's Jack Sparrow's, like, title? The something of Tortuga. The Pirate Island is Tortuga. He's the... Jester of Tortuga, yeah, that's it. The Jester of Tortuga. Anyway, let's talk about this actual Pokemon. I went to the wrong one. We want Caracosta. Alright, so it's a water type. That's good. It's a rock type. That's not as good, but we can't hold it against it that much. It's really slow, but you can smash that shell. And we should check what level it actually gets to smash its shell, because that's important. Let's see. We want Gen 5. And we are shell smashing at level 40, so about the same as Crustle. Yeah, it is not great, but it is not bad. In fact, I think it basically is water Dwebble, and water is better than Bug. So I think we're going to put it right above Dwebble, is what I'm thinking. Any complaints? I think that's about where it should belong. You don't get the fossils that late, I don't think. Caracosta is usable, you just have to grind. What level is the evolution? 37? That's kind of late. Oh, you get the fossils before 4th gym? Yeah, okay. I'm thinking right above Dwebble is where it belongs. Because it is not that great until you both evolve it and start smashing that shell. And once you do, it's like, okay. But do keep in mind that you have to spend a turn to shell smash, which is annoying. So I think we're going to go ahead and give it a B. Where's my mouse cursor? Okay, we're going to give it a B. We're going to put it right above Dwebble. Shell smash buddies. Why did I put a rock type in A then? Because it's really good, bro. What? Rock and roll is really good. It's available early and it's really strong. Alright. Arkin. And Archeops. Are you ready? No comment as I move this thing. It's really good. It's insane. And before you like complain in the chat, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. 110 speed, 112 special attack, 140 attack. Insane. Oh, look at this. But in the chat, but defeatist. You guys are the defeatists. Do you guys know what defeatist does? So you start with insane offensive stats. Insane. But you gotta be careful. Because if you drop below half HP, defeatist activates. And what happens? Do you faint? No. Do you have to recharge? No, you don't lose a turn. Do all your stats get halved? No. Your insane stats, like offensive stats, go from, out of this world to, like, kinda bad. That's it. And you're probably never going to drop below HP because you're never going to get hit because you are going to one-shot and outspeed everything. This thing is crazy. Yeah. It doesn't have your speed. If it had your speed, I would be like, okay, maybe high A. It doesn't. Yeah. Defeatist doesn't cut your speed. It only cuts your offenses. It's really good. It basically doesn't have a downside. Because you're just going to one-shot everything. And in the event that you do drop below half HP, just heal, bro. Yeah, it has so much attack that even halved, it isn't terrible. It's like suspect if it gets halved, but don't worry about it. But yeah, it is still below the other S tiers because you do get it a little bit later. And I mean, defeatist is a thing, right? It does exist. So you can't ignore it, but I mean, you can mostly ignore it. I think it's S. This thing is super good. And also, it's one of the only, like, models, like Gen 6 3D models, that is actually amazing. Like, a lot of the newer models are, like, kind of lifeless and bland, but Archeops is hilarious. It's, like, trying to stay in the air. It's so good. I love it. But I'm not factoring that in. Independent from its amazing model, it's really good. Yeah, silver, exactly. Can't take damage if everything is dead. Uh, really good Pokemon. I think S tier is where it belongs. Congratulations. Resurrected from a fossil straight into S. Good job. Oh yeah, does Defeatist even affect its special attack? You shouldn't be using special attacks anyway, but I mean you can. Alright, who's next? Uh-oh. It's Trubbish. It's Trubbish. Okay, guys. Well, so in my wonderful Discord server, the seller, there's also emotes for each type that demote. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to redo this. All right, so Garbodor. In my Discord server, the seller, link in the description. Every type has a small emote, which basically represents some of the worst that the type has to offer. And for poison, Trubbish is what I elected to use. This thing's really bad. This thing is really bad. It might actually be our first entry into D. It's pretty darn terrible. It basically does nothing. So, like, these are your evolved stats. Nothing stands out. And it basically only uses poison moves, which might actually be the worst offensive type in the game. Like, worse than grass. This thing's really bad. I honestly can't think of any, like, redeeming factors that would even get this into C. Like, even considering that you get it, like, not even early, but, like, not that late. There's nothing for it. It's bad, guys. I think it's actually D. Are there any Trubbish evangelists that would like to speak on Trubbish's behalf? I don't think so. It's bad, guys. It is really good in the TCG, that is true. Garbotoxin is amazing, but it's not a TCG tier list. It's decent enough for C? I don't think so, man. It's so cute, so C. It is kind of cute. At least Trubbish is. That is true. It does have the honor of being the first D tier Pokemon in this tier list. There's worse stuff in C? I don't think so, man. I don't think you could make a claim that the Pokemon in C are worse than Trubbish. They can at least do something. Trubbish is awful. Like, bro, worse than Audino? Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely worse than Audino. You get Audino earlier, and Audino learns way better moves. Like, look... Like, what really kills Trubbish and Garbodor is the move pool. Like, look at this. Look at this. Nothing but normal and poison moves over here. And, like, you can get, like, Thunderbolt? Like, what? This thing's terrible. This thing does basically nothing. It's D. I'm sorry. Yeah, you at least get the stuff in C earlier. Sorry, Trubbish. Trubbish should be an F. I'm not making a tier just to put Trubbish there. Okay. Who's next? It is Minccino. And eventually Chinchino. Boop. So Minccino really sucks. But you can Shiny Stone it. And evolve it to Chinchino, which is like, okay. S in my heart. It's not going to be an S. But you can get Technician. So the whole like gimmick of Chinchino is that it's supposed to use multi-hit moves. You can't get Skill Link yet, but you can get Technician. So you're basically like rolling the dice. If you get a lot of hits on your multi-hit moves, it's okay. But if you don't, it really sucks. So it basically oscillates between being like a B-ish tier Pokemon if you get all the hits, and like a C tier Pokemon if you don't. So I think considering that, I'm feeling like a mid C tier placement. Is what I'm feeling. Yeah, it's basically like a gimmick Pokemon, but like it doesn't have the tools to fully utilize its gimmick. Yeah, I would put it above Yamask, is about what I'm thinking. It belongs in S for resembling Esper. No. This is far better than Patrat. I agree, but you get Patrat earlier. So I don't think you can put it above Patrat. I think we're going to put it like here, right above Yamask. Yeah, I think that's fine for it. How is Basculin not S or even A? I'm not sure if that's a serious comment or not. Beat up King's Rock. Minchino. Interesting strategy. C is too low. For Minchino? I don't think so. Too cute, so it's top of S. Guys, aesthetics do not factor at all, otherwise Sock would be, like, deleted, okay? Minchino should be D. No, it's not that bad. Adaptability is so good on Basculin. It's okay. That's why it's not in C. I could see Basculin in S or high A. What is this, like, Basculin lobby that is attempting to save Basculin from the bottom of B? No, no way. Adaptability Aquatail is... Did you guys play the same game as I did? Adaptability water moves, it's like... It would be good on a Pokemon that's not Basculin. It's, like, okay. I won't hear any more of this Basculin... What's the opposite of slander? Basculin astroturfing? The grass types, they're in the chat, trying to boost up Basculin. Basculin should be S... What? Mods! Mods, deal with this! I think Basculin's placement is fair, but it deserves a bit higher. I disagree. It's, like, very mediocre, which is what B is for. Damn, all these people really like Basculin. What? Basculin propaganda, that's it. No Basculin propaganda. Yeah, okay, I think this is the last thing I'll say about it. From the chat, adaptability water would be good on anything not on Basculin. Fair enough for low B tier. Yes, that's the end of it. Okay, what's next? I guess it would be Zora, according to Dex order, but it's an event Pokemon, so we're not ranking it. Oh, I skipped over that. Never mind. Okay, next. Gothitaline. This is another one of those, like, really, really slow Psychic types that I think is just here for Trick Room strats. I mean, okay-ish. Well, I mean, it's not that slow. 65 is pretty slow, but I guess by Gen 5 standards, it's not that slow. Because ugly. I mean, it's a slower, more defensive Psychic type. I'm thinking C. Yeah, it's okay-ish. I think the best word to describe it is okay-ish. It's whatever. Its hidden ability, Shadow Tag, is, like, bannable in competitive, but this isn't competitive, and we're not considering hidden abilities, and Shadow Tag is useless in-game anyway. So, he gets Underbolt, yeah. Reuniclus is way better, I agree. And Reuniclus is next! So, I think we are going to put the Gothitelle line, I don't know, like, high C, is what I'm thinking. I think in the end, you get more out of it than Purloin and Patrat. But I think even P-Dove is better than it overall. Any riots about this placement? Don't compare this to Gardevoir. Gardevoir is better, I think, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this is it. Next, the Solasis line into Reuniclus. 125 special attack. Beautiful. 30 speed. Not beautiful, but... it's sort of the Psychic type equivalent of Timber. It's not as good, but it is pretty darn good. Sort of the same thing where you're going to get hit, you're going to move second, but once you move, you're going to knock out whatever you're fighting. I think the debate is going to be, it's definitely a decent Pokemon. It's going to be either high B or low A. I'm thinking right above Muna. Because you get it later than Muna, and you have to put quite a bit more work into it, but once it's in Solus's form, it is just like better Muna. Unfortunately, a lot of its power comes from Magic Guard and like Magic Guard Life Orb, which it can't take advantage of during your in-game playthrough. I think it is pretty good. I'm thinking above Muna. Are there any complaints? There definitely will be complaints. Look at Solus's stats. I've looked at them. I'll show you all. They're pretty surprising. Solus's stats are... It's basically like special attack. it's like nothing else. Which, I mean, hey, that's not bad. If you're gonna take all in one stat, I'd have it be an offense. The thing about there is okay. Yeah. Any riots? Abra but slow. Yeah, I guess Abra but slow, which is unfortunate, because being fast is what makes Abra really good. I think Sigilyph is better. I think Sigilyph is significantly better, because it's way faster, it's strong enough to kill things, and it also starts as Sigilyph. You don't have to evolve it up at all. Sigilyph is definitely better. I think this is on a level with Roggenrola. I think Roggenrola is better. Yeah, but Reuniclus is cuter. That is true. But again, we are not considering aesthetics, otherwise Sock would be gone. Maybe Roggenrola is too high rank? No, I think Roggenrola is really good. You get it like almost at the start of the game, and it's pretty darn strong. Reuniclus has recover. He has healing. Yeah, that's whatever. I don't want to spend a turn healing. Okay, I think that's enough about the Reuniclus line. What is a potion? Okay, next. Ducklet and Swanna. Is this thing a C tier Pokemon? SEA C tier? It's pretty underwhelming. Look at this. Oof. It's decently fast, but it's not that fast. It maybe moves first. And then what? Like, what is this gonna do? 87 attack, 87 special attack? I mean, water typing is good. Ugh. Ugh. It's definitely whelming. Get Scald and Air Slash, yeah. D for Duck. I'm thinking like right below Pidove is what I'm thinking. Swanna B tier at least because of move pool? I don't think so. Also, Ducklet really, really sucks. Like, look at this. Yeah, we're putting it in C. Ducklet's horrible. Horrible. And Swanna is like mediocre. So I think we're going to go ahead and put it right below the Pidove line. This thing's worse than Gothitelle. There we go. There we go. How about that? It is a water type. That's good. Worse than Trubbish. No, it's not that bad. It comes kind of late for its stats, to be honest. Yeah. It is really not impressive. Aqua Ring Roost? No. No. We're going to use 2 moves and 2 turns to do nothing? Absolutely not. No. If Trubbish is the only thing in D, no. There will be other Pokemon in D, don't worry. Ducklet would be thrown directly to the box and wait at the PC. Okay. It saves so much time. Grind hidden grottos. I don't know what that means, guys. Are you going to do an X and Y tier list? Yes. Okay, I think that's enough about Swana. All right. Next. Oh, it's this thing. All right. All right, here we go. The Vanillite line. Vanillite, Vanillish, Vanillux. All right. So to fully understand why this is my least favorite Pokemon of all time, and why it legitimately almost made me quit Pokemon, we have to go back to 1635 Japan. Okay? So in the year 1635, the shogun of Japan, named Tokugawa Iemitsu, issued a decree known as Sakoku. So Sakoku literally means like sealed country. And this was when Japan really kicked isolationism into overdrive. It was, a loner beforehand because it was an island nation. But now this is when they officially said, foreigners, you are not getting in. Nuh-uh. And they were very strict about it. Basically, if you weren't like a Dutch dude bringing like clocks to the port of Nagasaki, you were not getting in. And they stuck to that policy for over 200 years. You were not getting in until in the mid 1800s, the mid to late 1800s, an American, of course, by the name of Matthew Perry, the exact same name as the Friends actor, but I think probably a different guy. He approached the Bay of Tokyo with a boat with guns, a gunboat, and to rip off a line from a History of Japan video you've probably all seen, he decreed to the shogun, open the country. Stop having it be closed. And because of that, Japan had the option, open the country or be destroyed. And they chose to open the country. So, after 200 years of almost exact isolation, finally, the country was open. And because of that horrible mistake in the late 1860s, about another 100 years later, in the 90s, a British man by the name of James Turner would enter Japan, join Game Freak, and make a Pokemon that I don't like. I hate this thing so much. It's literally just an ice cream cone with a smiley face. It's the worst design ever. I hate it. And because Gen 5 came out when I was in high school, this is like exactly the phase where I'm like, oh man, is Pokemon cool? Is it not? And then you see this thing? I almost didn't buy Black and White because of this thing. Horrible. James Turner didn't make Vanillux. Yes, he did. Did he not? Did I lie to you? I'll check in editing. This thing's just horrible. James Turner made Shadow Lugia? Yeah, fine. He made a recolor. Okay, good job, James. Vanillux is bad, but Magnemite is good? No, I didn't say Magnemite is good, but I think it's better than this. Like, there being other inanimate Pokemon that are bad doesn't mean that this thing isn't the worst. Yes, he did. Look at this fake news. James Turner Defenders? Unacceptable. And you know what we're going to do? We are going to do a special, okay? This is now an art stream, okay? Because I already have Photoshop open. We are going to go ahead and we are going to make a better ice cream Pokemon than Vanillite, okay? Here we go. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to add a new window capture. Once I find out how to do that. All right, we got Photoshop open. Here we go. Here we go. Welcome to my art stream. All right, we're gonna open a new file here. Let's go ahead and make it. Wait, okay. I've never used Photoshop on this computer before. Default Photoshop size, sure. Oh my goodness, what is this interface? This is so bad. What? I want to do an art stream, guys. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and make it, what color should the background be? We'll make it pink. Where are my colors? Maybe I should have practiced Photoshop on this computer before. The streaming computer is different than the one I usually, do stuff from. We'll make it, like, pinkish. Oh, it's like purple. Okay, well, this might hurt your eyes, guys. Sorry. What? Where's the paint bucket? Oh my goodness, this is so difficult to use. All right, so here we go. Let's go ahead and let's make a better ice cream Pokemon. So we got to make it 3-stage, right? We got to pad out our resume. Oh, you can't see the document? Oh, okay, hang on. Oh, you guys can't see the document? Okay. Let me change this. Can you see this? No, you can't. No, my art stream dreams. What? No. You still can't see it. I was trying to be. I might have to do this in post, guys. Why can't you see the window? No! James Turner is destroying my ability to... Oh my god, guys. James Turner hacked my computer, and he's preventing me from... Okay, we might have to do this in MS Paint. Might have to do this in MS Paint, guys. James Turner was right. How do I get to MS Paint? It's in accessories, right? Windows, accessories, paint. All right, here we go. Paint stream. All right, so James Turner hacked my computer and turned off my Photoshop, but I think we can still do paint. Yes, here we go. You can see this for sure. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. Very nice. Okay. I just want to make this fill out the whole thing. Beautiful. Okay. So now that we have MS Paint open, we are going to go ahead and make a better ice type, a better ice cream Pokemon than Vanillux. Shouldn't be too hard. So we're gonna pick a nice blue, I think here. We want a nice thick brush, right? How do I make the brush bigger? There you go, nice and thick. All right. There we go. So here's our base form. Got to go ahead and give it a smiley face. And we need to give it an original name, right? So we'll go ahead and put some text here. So normally you just take like 2 words, mash them up, right? And you spell it wrong. So let's name it nice. There you go. Beautiful. Make that bigger. Make that even bigger. Here we go. Okay, nice. Nice. Go ahead and center that. Beautiful. All right, so we've got our first stage, nice. And then we got to make an evolution, so we'll go ahead and copy this, and we'll make it a little bigger, right? Got to make it bigger. And we maybe want to give it a bit more character, so I think we'll give it like one eye, and it'll be like kind of angry, right? I think that's good. How do I get to brushes? Okay. It's kind of mad. All right. So now it's not nice. In fact, we'll actually we'll make it angry. We'll give it a mouth. And so because it's not so nice anymore, I think we'll name it. We'll go ahead and name it Nice Cream. Because it's like kind of screaming. Very nice. So now we've got 2 stages. But we want to go for the trifecta, right? So we'll go ahead and copy this again. And it's a 3rd stage, so we've got to make this we got to make this a little bit different. So I think what we're going to do is we'll make it a trade evolution just to make it extra obnoxious. And we'll say that if you trade it with a Garbodor, Some of the Garbodor, like, it gets stuck in the top of the thing. So here's, like, do we have the brush? We got some, like, Garbodor chunks in here. Look at that. Some Garbodor chunks. It becomes an ice poison type, so it gets a little bit of personality that way. And I guess we can name this thing like Fudge, but we got to spell that wrong, right? So we'll fudge the spelling. Okay. Looks good to me. Go ahead and center that text. And there you go. There is a premium 3-stage evolution. You got nice, you got nice Scream, and then you get Fudge. Fudge this line. I hate them so much. So soon, Nice Cream and Fudge NFTs will be available. I look forward to your support. We will not save these changes. In terms of Vanillite in-game, it's okay. It's pretty bad. I don't think it's good at all. We aren't talking about aesthetics at all. So it's like a mid-game ice type. That's not good. Its stat total is actually really high. Like 535 is like on par with starters, but the distribution is ass. Like this 95 base attack may as well be 0. It's worthless. It's pretty bad. I think it's gonna be like a bottom of C. And also, yeah, the evolution, like, levels are horrible. It doesn't actually reach Vanillix until 47, which is awful. It is so late, basically the end of the game. It's bad. It's bad, guys. It's not quite D, but probably like bottom of C. I hate this thing. It's not good. It's not worse than Trubbish, no. It's better than Trubbish, but not by much. And that's that. We're now done with that whole segment. I hope too many people didn't leave. And hopefully it wasn't too boring. Actually worse than Trubbish. I don't think it's worse than Trubbish, guys. Because it can at least, like, use ice moves, which are pretty good. Which is more art streams. No snow warning makes it bad. Well, I mean, snow warning, like, wouldn't even be good because it'll then just hurt your team. This is better than the grass dudes? I don't think so. Because, again, like, it's stuck at Vanillite until level 35, and look at Vanillite's stats. Ugh, terrible. But I still think it escapes D because you can evolve it, at which point it's, like, okay. And you get it, like, kind of, not really early, but, like, mid-game-ish. It's alright. And in the edited version of this video, you won't have to wait so long for the photoshopping. Alright, that's enough of this. Snow warning can't hurt your team if you use an all-ice team. Think, cheese, think! Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, sorry, let me move the screen so you can actually see what Pokemon's next. There we go. Okay. Next. Deerling and Sawsbuck. Not bad. Yeah, not bad. I think with these stats, like, nothing is impressive here. But I think it actually goes in low B. Yeah. Mainly because you can get Jump Kick. If this couldn't get Jump Kick, I'd probably put it in C. But you get Horn Leech for like an okay physical grass move. You get Stab Return. And you get Jump Kick. Yeah, it's fine. Not an all-star by any means. But for what it is, it's basically like a normal type with like a little bit of extra oomph. You get that grass type, which is fine when it's like a dual type. And you get Jump Kick. Is it better than Basculin? Yeah, I think so. I'd put it above masculine. I guess the masculine in A or S crew is gonna riot, but yeah, I think Deerling's a little bit better. It has more of a niche to fill, right? I think it's pretty good. B tier for Sawsbuck, yes. Any rioters for this? No? Okay. Another hot take. Emolga isn't irredeemable garbage. I don't know if it's that hot of a take, because that is also my take. I think as far as Pika clones go, Emolga is okay. I won't say it's irredeemable garbage, but it's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. It's at least fast, so I mean it moves first, and then what? It's not gonna be D, but it's not gonna be B. I'm thinking low C. Yeah, pretty much the best thing you can do with Emolga is Volt Switch to a better Pokemon. But hey, Electric Flying typing is really good. And yeah, you can use Acrobatics. You can use Volt Switch. Yeah, Flying type, the typing alone is worth more than a D, I would say. Emolga is the best Pika clone. I don't know about that. Maybe? It depends on if you count, what's its name? Mimikyu is a Pika clone. Because if Mimikyu is a Pika clone, then Mimikyu is definitely the best. But you could also say that it's so different than other Pika clones that it doesn't actually count. I think that Emolga is... we'll put it above Vanillite. Will we put it above Cottony? No. I think it's better than Vanillite. Because for Vanillite to be mediocre, you have to evolve it all the way. Whereas Emolga is mediocre right at the start. Is what I'll say. Any complaints about that? Better than Audino? No. Audino you get earlier as well. Azumarill is the best? Azumarill is not a Pika clone. No way. Dude, people really like Audino. D tier Emolga is kind of hard to get. Is it? Pika Blue. Okay, yeah. I know they called it Pika Blue, but it's not actually... I was, like, serious. Like, I was seriously asking about the Pikachu clones. Okay, I think that's enough about Emolga. Nobody's riding in low C. I think that's okay. Alright, great. Emolga should be an S tier. Pac-Man, you're wrong, okay? No, it should not. Okay, we're going to the next one. Carablast and Escavalier. So, surprise, surprise, this thing is really slow. But, look at these stats. Ooh. Ooh. 135 attack. Great defenses on both sides. Okay, HP. This thing is really good. But I think they got a little bit too cute with the evolution. Like, trade evolutions to begin with are really annoying, but for this one, you have to actually trade it with Shelmets. I don't know if we're counting that against it. It's really annoying, but this thing is okay. On stats alone, it would be an A tier, right? It's in the crew that's really slow, and then it one-shots you. But I think considering the lower availability and the fact that it is, slow, I think it's capping out at B. Yeah, you can evolve it as soon as you get it, assuming you have the right, trade partner. And I think this is actually better than Axelgore. I'm thinking, high B is where it's going to go. I think I'm going to put it, with Solaces. Because it's kind of in the same category of get hit and then one-shot the opponent. With okay availability. Is what I'm thinking. B for better than Snivy. I don't think it's better than Snivy, no. It's comparable to Gigalith. It would be, but you get Gigalith way earlier. Everything is above Snivy. That's not true. Snivy is in the upper half. It's a starter, guys. It's really not that bad. Solosis is better than the monkeys. I agree, like, in a vacuum, but you get the monkeys, like, at the perfect timing, and they are guaranteed to complement your team. So I think the monkeys are a little better on that. But, like, just, like, Reuniclus itself versus the monkeys, yeah, I agree, Reuniclus is better. Alright. Fungus, Amoongus, alright, get it out of your system, okay? Sussy Baka, Amoongus, all of those memes, go ahead, spam the chat. I've never played Among Us, I'm sorry. So, Amoongus, pretty darn good, specifically in doubles competitive, right? Because that is where you just rage powder to draw things to yourself. You switch out and you never die because you have Regenerator. You put everything to sleep with Spore. This thing's so annoying that people actually run like safety goggles just to counter this thing. In game, it's pretty bad. It's pretty darn bad. Honestly, it's borderline D tier. It's borderline D tier, but not quite. This is pretty much exactly what you don't want for in-game. It is slow, it is defensive, it is utility, it is a grass type, it is a poison type. That's a lot of bad things. But it does have Spore. So it's not D. But it is bad. It is bad. Yeah, I think I'll put it maybe with Cotton. I think it's worse than Cottony for sure. It is worse than Cottony for sure. It's probably like actually like bottom of C. It would be D if you oh yeah, I learned Spore at 62 and 50 even if you keep it as a fungus. That's terrible. Guys, this might be a D. This might be a D. Yeah. It just has the exact worst skill set for an in-game playthrough. It's D, yeah. It's a D, guys. It didn't dodge the D, I'm sorry. I will put it above Trubbish. It's better than Trubbish. Because it has the potential, maybe, eventually, to do something. Is what I'll say. How about that? Where am I? Okay. And if you want to inhale that copium and think that it's not D, you can pretend that it impersonated one of the higher tier Pokemon, okay? So you can go ahead and tell yourself that Timber is actually an Amoongus in disguise or whatever. But as far as this tier list is concerned, it's a D. It's bad. Alright, the Frillish line. Possible contenders for the SE8 C tier, if such a thing existed. But I think in terms of, like, Pokemon that tend towards defensive, the Frillish line is pretty good. It's not a D tier. No way. No way. I think it's very comparable to Yamask, but it gets that bonus of that water typing, which is a really big bonus. I'm thinking it's either going to be with Yamask or, like, very bottom of B, is what I'm thinking. Let's see when the... what level's the evolution? Level 40? Okay, it's going in C, guys. it's going in C. If it evolved earlier, I'd probably put it bottom of B, but with a level 40 evolution, no. No. I'll basically put it with Yamask, a little bit above, because you can use that water stab. Is it only available on a certain day? I don't think so. I think it's just like filler that you find while you're surfing, right? Drifloon is like a ghost type that's only available on a certain day and looks kind of like this Pokemon. But I'm thinking C. Did I open the right window? Here we go. I'm thinking C. What level do you catch Frillish? I think like 20s, right? Can we see? We might be able to see here. If we go to... It shows where it is. Locations? No, it doesn't really give us the levels, but I'm thinking like 20s. Max 30, yeah. No, guys, it's going to be a C tier. And yeah, Frillish is pretty bad. Frillish is pretty bad, and Jellicent is only okay. But it was mentioned in the chat by moderator Beth. You can run Energy Ball on Jellicent and watch people on Pokemon Showdown have an absolute meltdown. Rest in Pringles. Okay. Who is next? Alright. Alamama. 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 Alamamola. For some reason, not a Love Disc in evolution. I have no idea why. This is a C tier Pokemon if I've ever seen one. SEA C tier, but it is actually like horrible. Like I looked at its stats yesterday. Get ready, guys. Disgusting. 40 special attack. 40. This might be a D tier Pokemon, guys. This might be a D tier Pokemon. I'm really leaning towards D. It's a water type. That's worth something. It might not be enough. Because you can't even use Scald with this thing. It's bad. It's bad. It's a D, guys. I think it's actually worse than Trubbish. This thing's so bad. Oh my god. Under the D. Horrible. Yeah, I guess in competitive you can maybe do something with this, because, like, you can actually stall and, like, not use your horrible attacking stats, but in-game, good lord. D. Bad. Goodbye. Joltik! Really cute. Also, pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. It's gonna be high B or low A. It could be A if it evolved earlier. Galvantula is pretty good. But it is stuck as Joltik for a little while, and Joltik kind of sucks. Like, look at Joltik. But once you get to Galvantula at level 36, which isn't that bad, you get it at, like, high 20s, I think? Once you get to Galvantula, this 97 special attack is kind of suspect, but you can be dropping those compoundized thunders, which make up for the poor special attack. Well, not even poor special attack, just like okay special attack. I think, yeah, high B tier is where it should go. I think I'm going to put it next to Blitzel, is where I think it's a little bit worse than Blitzel, because you get Blitzel so much earlier. But once Galvantula is online with those compoundized thunders, it's pretty strong, and you can also start buzzing. And like, notably, this thing is better against the Elite Four than Blitzel is, because Bug type does very well against the Gen 5 Elite Four. It's also good against what's his face, Getsis's Hydreigon, because it's faster. A tier for design and name. I do really like the design and name, but again, we don't count these. So I think high B tier next to Blitzel is about where it belongs. Boop. And I'm giving Blitzel the edge just because Blitzel you do get earlier. Oh, Bug Buzz at 60. That's unfortunate. I guess you're going to be using Signal Beam. Alright. Ferroseed. So as far as defensive Pokemon go, it really doesn't get much better than Ferrothorn. This thing is, like, min-maxed to the max. Like, it could not have better stats. I mean, I guess it could have, like, 0 special attack and those distributed better, but, like, this is about as good as you can ask for. It's got really low speed, which is actually good. Because once you're below, like, 50 speed, you're never moving first anyway. And notably, Gyro Ball works off of how much faster your opponent is than you as a multiple. So I believe it maxes out in power when your opponent is 4 times faster than you. And the slower you are, like, the easier it is for your opponent to be faster than you. I know that's, like, obvious, but, like, remember, they have to be 4 times as fast as you for max power. So if you only have 10 speed, 40 speed is already 4 times faster. But if you have 20 speed, then you need to go to 80 speed to be 4 times faster. So it's like multiplicative. You got to be careful. Gyro Ball hits really hard. What does gray area mean? It just means untiered. So yeah, Gyro Ball unfortunately is not as good in game as mentioned because the opponent has like bad speed stats as well and they're uninvolved. But like Ferrothor being slow is still important because it like kind of helps you use it if you want to. What you're actually going to be using is Power Whip. Because Power Whip is 120 base power. And like 94 base attack is not bad at all. Unfortunately, a level 40 evolution is kind of high. For Nuzlocke, I would probably give this either a high A or like an S. It's incredible. But for in-game playthroughs, where all this utility doesn't really matter, I'm going to say it's going to be a C, guys. I think I'm going to put it next to Cottony, is what I'm feeling. Again, like in a Nuzlocke, this would be way higher, where defensive utility counts for a lot. But for this in-game playthrough, where you're just trying to smash everything as quickly as you can, it's not that good, guys. I think it's good enough to dodge. It dodges D. Because you can actually fight with it, eventually. But there's just much better things you could use. B at least? No way. No way. Have it above Maractus? No, not a shot, man. No way. Maractus is better. Maractus is faster. Maractus has 106 special, and you get it way earlier. And you don't have to evolve it. Maractus is better. Stealth Rock on it is great, though. Not for in-game. Like, do I have to say it? Like, maybe I have to say it to every single Pokemon. But this is in-game only. We don't care about competitive at all. 94 attack. Yeah, 94 attack as a Ferrothorn, though. And you don't start with Ferrothorn. You start with Ferroseed. You got to get to level 40 to get the Ferrothorn. So yeah, again, like, unmatched utility in competitive and, like, Nuzlocke. But that's not what we're doing. Where's Drillbur? Drillbur is maybe the best Pokemon in the game. It's at the very top. Alright. Clink, Clang, and Clink Clang. Can you say creatively bankrupt? These have also got to be some of the worst designs in the game. Wow. 1 gear, 2 gears, 3 gears. We did it, guys. At least it wasn't made by James Turner. Whatever. We're not going to do another paint segment, but I also hate this thing. Independent of me hating it, I see it in the chat. Extremely late evolution. Yeah, look at this. 38 even to get to Clang, the mid stage, and then 49 to Kling Clang. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. It's not quite D because once you do get to Kling Clang, I mean, these stats are okay. You get, I think, Gear Grind, which is like a pretty good move. It's okay. I'm thinking C. Low B at best. I think even that's too generous. I'm thinking like above Ferroseed, basically. Yeah. I mean, if you're a Steel type, you're probably not gonna die. And it's a little bit more offensively minded than Ferrothorn, which I think makes it better for the kind of tier list we're going for. But I don't think it's a D, man. It's not that bad. Like, to be in D, you gotta be real bad. You gotta be real bad. And this thing is just, it's pretty bad. Let me put it there. I think that's where Clink goes. It is that bad. It's not that bad. It's close, though. It's close. It's close. You could... I think you could argue it, you could argue it being D. I could see it, but I personally am gonna put it, in C. I think it's better than Ferroseed. Alright. I said you have to be really bad to be in D. Tynamo is really bad. It goes in D. Good lord. This thing is horrible. Like, before I looked at all these stats, like, in preparation for this list, I was gonna be like, I mean, Electros is fine. I mean, it's probably gonna be in like B. Guys, you don't know. Guys, you don't know. So look at this. So here's Tynamo stats. Here's Tynamo stats. Did you bring like a barf bag? These are Tynamo stats. It only learns like, I think like takedown or like tackle through like level up. You can teach it TMs. But do you know how long you're stuck with this thing for? Do you know what level it evolves into even electric? 39. 39. You are stuck with this until 39. And then you can Thunderstone it right away to Electros, who's like, okay. Yeah, this is a D. This is a D. Oh my god. Yeah. If this thing evolved into electric at like level like 20? 25? It would probably be a low C Pokemon. But no way. This thing is a D for sure. It has no weakness and a great move pool. Okay, it has no weakness. Great. What is it doing? That's great. It has no weakness. It's still going to die in one hit. You get experience here. So you were going to use your experience share to sap experience from Pokemon that you're actually using. Give it to this thing until it's level 39. And in the end, after you Thunderstone, you end up with this, which is like, yeah, it's okay. But it's 50 base speed. Yeah, like, no weakness doesn't mean anything, guys. Like, no weakness means you don't take double damage from anything. You can still die. This thing's terrible. It's a D for sure. Yeah, and there's also the problem with the encounter rate. It's a real hassle to get. You're going to be spending like 30, 40 minutes just to catch it. And then you're going to be doing like, what, Lucky Egg switch training with experience share just to get this thing to the point where it's usable? Absolutely not. It's a D. It's a D. Yeah, if Dynamo wasn't so horrible, it would maybe be a C, but no way. No way. It's a D, guys. What's next? Oh, this thing. Okay. No cheating, guys. Oh, somebody already did it. Okay, I was gonna ask if people actually knew what the unevolved form of this next thing was called. But yeah, it's called Elgium, and then it evolves into Behem. Wow, a really slow psychic type with good special attack. Have we seen those before in this region? I don't know why there's so many of these. But yeah, it's late game. Analytic, unfortunately, is hidden ability, so it does not have analytic. But I mean, it's pretty slow, so it's gonna get hit. But it has good special attack, so when it hits you, it's probably gonna knock you out. Unfortunately, we're getting into the point of the game where availability really starts to matter. So this is where I expect people who are just joining to be like, how is this Pokemon worse than Patrat? Well, it's because you get Patrat earlier. You get this thing, you're getting like really late game for this, or like mid to late game. I don't really like it. I think it's a C tier Pokemon. You have better options for slow psychic types that hit really hard. I'm going to put it like, I think it's better than these guys. I think about here is where it belongs. Because it does hit pretty hard once you actually do get to hit. Eventually. Oh, he gets in the desert? Yeah, but like look at this evolution. 42? Nah. Nah, fam. Steel Wing Elgium, though. Yeah. So due to a, I guess an oversight is what you would call it. It's not really a bug. Due to an oversight, this thing is able to learn Steel Wing. I don't know why you would use it, though, but it's cool. I thought Elgium was the tower, yeah. Even if you could get it in the desert, I don't think it would change its placement that much. Just use Solaces, bro. Okay, who's next? Oh, Litwick! Okay. The Litwick line, in terms of, like, inanimate Pokemon designs, I think Litwick is the best there is. It's so cute. I think this is like what inanimate design should be, because on paper, like, it's a candle, it's a lamp, it's a chandelier, but you combine it with like the concept of like ghosts and like the will-o-wisp. Great design. I love it. But unfortunately, that doesn't count. Litwick, once you get it to Chandelure, is really good. I'll show you Chandelure stats. Get ready. Beautiful. Beautiful. Fast enough. Like, it's a little bit on the slow side at 80, but you're definitely going to be outspeeding things. And 145 special attack. Beautiful. Unfortunately, you get this thing kind of late, and it doesn't evolve into Lampent until, like, 41. You can Duskstone it immediately once you get it to Lampent, but, like, I think, for the potential it has, because Chandelure is pretty good, I think this is, like, a top of C tier Pokemon, is what I'm thinking. Because the potential is there. You have to invest in it to get it to Lampent, and then you can evolve it right away. And once you get it there, it's good. It's no Electros, I'll put it that way. Yeah, Celestial Tower isn't that late. B at least? No. Litwick is pretty bad, man. I think like top of C is where I'd put it. Riot. Yeah, like top of C, like a bottom of B is where I think it would go. I really like this Pokemon. I wish it was a better for in-game. I think Duskstone is like right before the Elite Four, which is unfortunate, or Dusk Clouds. Axew. Am I in the right thing? Oh, here we go. Axew line. I think this is actually a top of B Pokemon. It's a top of B, I think. So I mean, look at this. Like, you don't have to be able to see the number to see that this is a really high number. It is 147, but in terms of like Pokemon that join you late, this is pretty much the only one that's worth it. And the main reason I say that is because Axew itself is actually usable. Like 87 attack it's not great, but it's okay. These other ones like Litwick sucks. But Axew itself is okay. It's not great. 38 to Fracture, who is significantly better, and Haxorus itself is very, very, very good. You can basically just press a dragon move and delete your opponent. If you got this thing earlier, it would probably be A or even S. How is Chandelure going to be worse than Basculin? Because you get Basculin earlier, and it starts out better than Litwick, that's why. So Fracture, enjoy your place at the top of B. I think it actually goes there. Because sort of the power you get if you invest into it is like unrivaled. You can just turn off your brain, press a dragon move, and just destroy everything. This is part of the reason why they added Fairy, because you could do insane stuff like Haxorus. What are you doing as this thing? Nothing. Haxorus is a Chad. And you're never going to see another late game Pokemon this high. What is this? I gotta close this. Woo. Haxorus is on par with the top 3 of S. I agree. But you don't start with Haxorus, right? You start with Axew. Alright. Now we're getting into some trash. So, Cubchoo and Beartic. In my Discord, the Cellar. Every type has an emote for bad Pokemon of that type. And Cubchoo is one of the 2 for Ice. Yeah. Don't be deceived. This doesn't have 130 attack. It has 110. It was buffed later. This thing is a slow late game Ice type. I mean, you're going to be doing okay damage if you hit. Good luck with that. Because you're going to move second and you're going to die because you're an ice type. And you evolve at level 37. This might be like a top of D Pokemon. Honestly, if Vanillite is bottom of C, this thing is top of D. It's bad. It's bad. Like, I mean, you can compare this kind of to Roggenrola. So why is Roggenrola all the way at the top while Cubchoo is all the way at the bottom? So Roggenrola, when you get way earlier, it actually has the defenses to survive a hit, because, I mean, it is going to be moving second. And Rock-type is, like, bad, but it's not that bad. Well, it's kind of bad. Ice is the single worst type in the game, and when you have 50 base speed, you're not moving first. Yeah, 95, 80, 80 isn't awful defenses, but you're an Ice type. You're just going to die. You're just gonna die. It's terrible. I think it's like top of D. D for Beartic is insultingly low. C. It's bad, guys. It's real bad. No. Alright, Cryogonal. At least it's kind of fast. It's oh wait, I did that wrong. Cryogonal. It's like a late game defensive ice type. At least it's 105 base speed and 95 special attack. So you can probably go first and like ice beam something. That's something. It's not D tier, but it's pretty bad. I'm gonna say it's like very, very bottom of C. Because at least you can get a move off, whereas Cubchoo just dies. And it can learn a track despite being a a genderless Pokemon, that's true. Yeah, I mean, you get a decently fast Ice Beam. That's something. It's not much, but it's something. Defensive ice type, choose one. Well, Game Freak didn't. They keep making these weird defensive ice types. I think Cryogonal is better than Beartic. Yeah, it at least gets to move. Oh yeah, also noting that its defense actually got buffed. It actually has 30 base defense in Gen 5, so if this thing gets hit in true ice type fashion, it dies. But you can at least get an Ice Beam off first. Still really bad. Alright, who's next? Shelmet and Axelgore. So it's really fast, so it moves first. And then it actually does kind of decent damage. It's got 100 special attack. But, like, what moves are you actually using? You're going to be using, like, Bug Buzz eventually once you learn it. And, like, Giga Drain, I guess. It is really cool. But this thing is definitely worse than... what's the counterpart? The Escavalier. I think this is going to be, like... It gets Focus Blast. Oh, you don't want to use that, but you can. I'm thinking, like... low to mid C. It's very late. You'd think you'd get it with... Escavalier, but you don't. It's like significantly later. Yeah, worse than early game bugs for sure. I'm thinking like around like Cottony. That's where I'm gonna put it. Should have been Bug Dark, I agree. I think once you get it to Axelgore, first of all, once you get it, because it's available quite late, and it has like that really annoying evolution, which I'm trying not to hold against it, but with this one, it's kind of hard. It's all right. Don't they both show up outside of Driftvale? I think so. You might be able to get it earlier, but I don't think that saves it much. It's, like, no matter what, it's definitely worse than Escavalier, because Escavalier is actually, like, strong. Can somebody check, is it possible to actually get Shelmet outside of Driftveil? No, Shelmet is only in Icarus. That's what I thought. I guess by that, you could also say then that maybe Escavalier should be lower because you can't actually evolve it until you can get Shelmet. But I mean, that's so weird because you have to consider that you're trading and like maybe your trade partner has a Shelmet already. I don't know, man. That gets really tricky. Is there going to be a black and white 2 tier list? Yes, but that's not this one. And yeah, it doesn't have Water Shuriken yet. Imagine giving away a Escavalier and getting Axel Gore. Bad deal, guys. Alright, Stunfisk. So one of the most memed Pokemon of all time. I think it's actually the face of the competitive Pokemon subreddit, Stunfisk. I mean, this thing's not great, but it's at least usable. Like, it's not D. Like, Earth Power Discharge, Earth Power Thunderbolt. Yeah, if you got this at the beginning of the game, I'd probably make it a B. I think this one you get outside of Driftveil, right? It's in, like, the ponds. And, like, 81 special tag is not great. But it's okay. B tier? No way. No way. This thing gets Earth Power, right? I'm not crazy, right? Gen 5. Where's the Earth Power? This thing's kind of bad. Gets Mud Bomb. No Earth Power, no Justice. Scald is pretty good. Is it only outside of Icarus? Ooh, that's bad. Ooh, yikes. Well, in that case, I don't know if it's D, because D is like really bad. It's like bottom of C maybe. I'm thinking bottom of C, because like Ground Electric is actually like a pretty good type. Scald right away. Slow, so you're gonna get hit. What does it have over Trubbish? A lot. It is way better than Trubbish. Limber on an electric type, though? I don't think electric types were immune to paralysis until Gen 6. I'm pretty sure that's not fake news. So I think bottom of C is about where it goes. But Bronk uses it in the anime, and Bronk also has an Onyx, so it has to be good. Flawless logic. S tier. No. It's definitely better than Trubbish. And Limber wasn't a total meme, because you could get paralyzed by, like, Body Slam, I guess. But I don't know. Definitely a meme Pokemon. A meme Pokemon, but I mean, it's not D tier bad. Okay, next. Ooh, Mienfoo and Mienshao. So Mienshao, once you get it, is insane. Look at this. Look at this. 105 speed, incredible. 125 attack, beautiful. High jump kicking, incredible. Why is it so late? Oh, no. No. And it is a super late evolution as well. Yeah, level 50. Mienfoo is like okay. 85 attack, 65 speed is okay. But I mean, that is a massive boost from evolution. And you're not getting that evolution until the very, like, end of the game. So I don't think we can give it a D, because it does have the potential. You gotta invest in it, but I'm thinking, like, mid-C-ish. Yeah. Obviously, Mienshao is incredible, but you don't start with Mienshao, you start with Mienfoo, and you don't have it for most of the game. So, I'm thinking, like, above actually, like, below Chinchino, probably, because Chinchino is actually in the game. There you go. Oh. Is Mienshao not in Victory Road? I mean, I think you can catch it in Victory Road, but then, like, that's Victory Road. The game is over. Level 50 is D tier. Is it D tier? I don't think so. You can get to 50 by the Elite Four. That's like about where you'll be. Mienfu is in Victory Road, but it's available earlier. I think you get it outside of Dragon Spiral Tower, which isn't that much earlier, but it's a little bit earlier. Alright, what's next? Ooh, Drudagon. This thing is hideous. Like, I'm not going to say this is like a lazy design. It's not like the ice cream, right? It at least looks like something. I think this is supposed to be like the dragon on like the Welsh flag or something. I think it's ugly as sin. But hey, 120 base attack, that's pretty good. Dragon Quest monster. It's definitely not a D, because you get it and immediately it's usable. This falls into that whole category of like Pokemon that are like slow, so they'll get hit, but once they hit back, you're dead. Unfortunately, this is very late game, like this is Dragon Spiral Tower, but at least it's ready to go right out of the box. So I think it's going to be like mid C. Hot take, mid to high B tier. That is a hot take, yes. I mean, I guess you could compare it to Axew, because it is stronger than Axew initially, but then has a lower ceiling. But you also do get Axew like a little bit earlier. I think it's going to be like a high C tier, is what I'm thinking. I'm going to put it, let's go. It's definitely better than Ducklet. I think like about there is fine. If you could get it earlier, it would be like really, really good. Like if you got this at the same time as Sock, like early game, it would probably be an S. Or at least high A, like with Timber. But no, like the availability like bumps it down a lot, I think. Sorry, Drudagon. Try being prettier. Gad will rise again. I don't know what that means. Alright, Golurk. I actually really, really like this design. I think it's based on like the Iron Giant, which is a really good movie. You should watch it if you haven't. Who designed this Pokemon? Oh. Alright, James Turner gets 1 point, okay? But not enough. Okay, and you know what? He just ripped this off. I'm not going to say it was inspired by the Iron Giant. It's an Iron Giant ripoff, okay? James Turner is creatively bankrupt. This thing's okay. Unfortunately, it's really late. It's really late. And one thing I should mention about another like disadvantage of all of these late game Pokemon is that the stats you see here, I mean, like, these are the base stats, but remember that you get EVs in-game for defeating enemy Pokemon, and it takes a little while to build up those EVs. So this is definitely, like, the point of the game where you're not going to be getting all of your EVs in before the end of the game. So that, even though this Pokemon has, like, pretty good stats, its stats might end up being worse than a Pokemon with worse stats, but EVs. No, the evolution itself is not that late at 43. It's late, like, in the game. And this just joins the club of being a slow Pokemon that hits hard once it actually gets to retaliate. So I think in that vein, it should be near Druddigon, but definitely worse, because Druddigon is ready to go right away. And you do start as Golett, and you have to evolve. So I'm thinking it's going to be probably around Mienshao, maybe. It also lacks good Ghost Stab. That's correct. Yeah, it doesn't get Shadow Claw. Come on. I think Mienshao is definitely better. So we're gonna put this. It's worse than Frillish, I think. I think it's actually worse than Cofagrius, because Cofagrius you get way earlier. And 95 base special attack to Shadow Ball with? Yeah, we'll go with that. Doesn't it have Iron Fist? I think it does, but like what does that do? Like it boosts Shadow Punch by 20%? It's still bad. Oh, Iron Fist Shadow Punch is better than Shadow Claw? Is it? It's a 20% boost. Iron Fist is not the hidden ability. No Guard is the hidden ability. It can also have the amazing ability Klutz. That's true. Oh, it's 2 base power more than Shadow Claw, and it never misses. Wow. And it takes your ability. Oops. And Shadow Claw's high crit rate. Yeah. All right. Who's next? Pawniard. Justice for Pawniard, okay? Because Pawniard is so cool. And Bisharp itself is, like, really strong. Like, look at these Bisharp stats. Look at this. 125 attack. Dark Steel typing, amazing, especially for the Elite Four. Level 52 evolution. Justice for Bisharp, okay? Like, if you could get this thing earlier, and if it evolved at a reasonable level, like 30, this thing would be, like, S. This thing's probably, like, up there with Scraggy. Yeah. It's late game. It is super late game. And it's, yeah, F's in the chat for Bisharp. Like, Bisharp is a victim of its placements. It has the stat, it has the move pool to be so much better than what Game Freak gave it. I'm sorry, Bisharp. I think this has to go. This has to go in C. I think I'm gonna put it next to Mienshao. Like if you invest in it, if you grind, it's great. But in this tier list in particular, we're trying to minimize that, right? We don't want to be going on side quests just to make this thing usable. So sad. Yeah. Real tragedy. It deserves F tier? No way, no, this thing's fine. I just really wish you could get it earlier. Alright. Bouffalant. I guess, what would you call this thing? Unovan Tauros? A Tauros ripoff? At least the thing doesn't have to evolve. I mean, when you get it, it already starts with usable stats, and it has low speed, which I guess is a trend in this generation. So you're gonna get hit, and then you'll probably knock things out with 110 attack. The greatest crime with this thing is its signature move, Head Charge. So Head Charge is basically just better double edge. It's, I think, the same base power, but it has less recoil. But the Japanese name was Afro Break. Like, literally Afro Break. Why didn't they keep it? Come on. Justice for Bouffalant. This thing's, it's like low C. Yeah. It's basically just way too late to do anything. Like, you're at the very end of the game. Are you going to use, like, a slow normal type? Just use Lillipup, bro. You've had Lillipup for the entire game. Yeah, I think this is a low C Pokemon. We'll put it, like, I don't know, above Stunfisk, I guess? Yeah, I think it's better than Stunfisk. Sure. There you go, Bouffalant. How's that? Any complaints about a Bouffalant bottom of C? Better than Snivy? No way. No way, man. I don't like grass types, but Snivy is way better than this thing. Alright. Perhaps the most egregious example of, like, ridiculously high-level evolutions for no reason? Rufflet and Mandibuzz. These things are both, like, D. These things are both D. Like, Braviary stats, like, these are pretty good. You're not getting a Braviary. You're not getting one. Like, Rufflet, level 54? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. D. D. Awful. I'm actually gonna put it like... It's like not in the game, right? It's basically not in the game. It's Victory Road, and it takes so much work to get it usable. No. No. It's awful. It's awful. And the thing is, like, the big issue with these Gen 5 Pokemon is that in Gen 5 itself, wild Pokemon are at a fairly high level. So getting them to their insane evolution levels is like, it's still a bit unfair, but it's not ridiculous. In like Gen 8, when you can catch Rufflet at like level 10 in the wild area, and you have to wait 40 levels to evolve it? What an atrocity. What an atrocity. D. And Vullaby, the counterpart to Braviary. I'm just going to show its stats, but I mean, you guys already know. Defensive Pokemon are worse than offensive Pokemon, and this is the defensive version of... I can't even remember its name. Rufflet's Evolution. It's the defensive version of Rufflet's Evolution, which makes it even worse. Yeah, it's a D. It's a D. Oh, Braviary, yeah. I wasn't brave enough to remember, guys. Sorry. Alright, next. Heatmore. My goodness. If there was, like, a C tier for fire Pokemon, I'd put this thing there. Like, who weeps for Heatmore? This thing is so boring. I mean... It's awful. D. It's like Victory Road. If you could get this earlier, I'd maybe put it in like... I'm talking like start of the game early. I'd put this in like low B. But you get it right before the end of the game. That's a D. That's a D. I think it's better than the birds, though. It's definitely better than the birds. I guess the dynamic is that it's supposed to be that, like, Heatmore hunts Durant, because it's quadruple effective against Durant. But here's the thing, Durant is actually good. Like, I think if you haven't seen Durant's stats, you might be surprised. Yeah, Kevin Durant, MVP. Look at this. Look at this. Like, this thing is min-maxed. Like, look at this speed, 109. Look at this attack, 109? What? Like, this thing is kind of a Chad. And because it's like a really fast bug type, this thing like runs over like half the Elite Four. Like, what? Honestly, I think this thing might be like top of C, bottom of B. Cause like you get this thing and it's ready to go. Like for an endgame Pokemon, look at this. This ain't a small ant, okay? We're not doing challenge run. This is a big ant. I think this is gonna be like top of C, is what I'm thinking. I don't think I can quite put it in B. Because it's basically only for the Elite Four. And you do have to train it a little bit to like get it ready for there. You know, you gotta go through the preseason with Kevin Durant, but it's pretty good. I don't think I can put it in B, guys. Like, Victory Road, like, the game's over, guys. Better than Snivy? Get out of here, man. I will defend Snivy against that. It is definitely not better than Snivy. Snivy's with you the whole game, bro. Although, yeah, if you started with Durant, it would be better. Oh, yeah. Speaking of Victory Road, does it outspeed Gets' Hydreigon? It does. Assuming you, like, give it a little bit of speed. Yeah, so speaking of Victory Road and, Dino? I don't know how you pronounce this. Dino or Dino? Dino? It's like, it's German, right? Is it Dano or Dino? Or Dino? Whatever it is, it's bad. Dino? Yeah, it's bad. It's a D Pokemon for sure. Hydreigon, really, really good. Level 64 evolution. No. And it's level 50 to Zweilous, who is also not good. This is a D, guys. This is a D. Yeah, obviously, if you could get Hydreigon, I mean, I guess technically you could get it, but like, in the context of this tier list, you're not getting it. You're basically stuck with Dino, and Dino sucks. Sucks. It is actually worse than the birds, yes. Because the birds at least reach their potential, like, faster. It is a sad state of affairs when you can say that freaking Rufflet and Vullaby reach their potential faster than you. This thing's horrible. Yeah, it's basically post-game. And Ghetsis, he's evil, so he doesn't mind using hacked Pokemon for his underlevel Hydreigon. Yeah. But Hydreigon, really cool. Maybe my favorite, one of my favorite pseudo-legendaries. I love this design. But yeah, awful. Yeah, it may as well be untiered. But I don't think Dino is the worst Pokemon in the game. The worst Pokemon for Pokemon Black and White in-game is Larvesta. Yeah, and there's no arguments about this. Because the way you get Larvesta is it's from an egg in like an endgame route. So it is level 1. No. No. Yeah, it's not post game. It's an egg in like Route 17. Yeah, it's the worst Pokemon in the game, specifically for in game. Volcarona, of course, is actually very good. But you don't get Volcarona, you get a level 1 Larvesta at the end of the game that evolves at level 59. No thank you. Worst Pokemon in the game. Oh my goodness. Would you like an egg in this trying time? No thanks. You can keep it. Awful. Really sad. I honestly think they should have just made Larvesta post game. Like you beat Alder and then he gives you a Larvesta egg. I think that would have been fine. But yeah, this thing's bad. Also, hey Dennis, thanks for becoming a channel member. Let's spam some emotes to welcome him. All right, legendary time. Wait, what? Why are people weak to stealth rocks? What? I'm guessing that's just like a non sequitur because we're not talking about competitive. But yeah, Volcarona is weak to stealth rocks. But that doesn't factor into this at all. Okay, the Musketeer Trio. Sorry. Okay. Hang on. I guess I have to read Unregistered Reggie's comment, probably the way he meant it to. Well, actually, Mr. Cheese, you get Larvesta after you get Surf, which means you have access to... Doesn't matter. Okay, still bad. Alright. Musketeer Trio. Cobalion. Chad typing. Steel fighting. And, like, pretty good stats. I mean, we are fast, 108. And, you know, we can use stab fighting moves off of 90 base attack. Unfortunately, we are really late. We are really late, but... once you get it, it's ready to go. So, I'm thinking... yeah, you can get it around the same time as Axew. It's not bad. B tier? Sacred Sword does go brrr. It's pretty late. I mean, it's not like Cobalion... I meant to say Terrakion. Terrakion is late. That's like, it's literally in Victory Road. But Cobalion is fine. I think if we're going to give Axew a B, I think we're also going to have to give Cobalion at least a B. Maybe bottom of A. This thing's pretty good. I'm not pulling up the right window. Okay, so Cobalion. Do we give it bottom of A? I don't know. I think considering how much you have to invest into Axew, I think Axew, once it's Haxorus, is better. But you don't start with Haxorus, right? You start with Axew, who is okay. But Cobalion starts off good and stays good. It just never gets great. I think we'll put it at the very bottom of A. Is that acceptable to everyone? Justice for the Musketeers. Yeah, really overleveled and it's a legend, yeah. I mean, legend doesn't matter much, but I mean, it has, like, good stats. Who's next? It's Terrakion. So, Terrakion. Terrakion? Okay. I gotta make sure you can actually see it here. Okay, there we go. So, Terrakion. On paper, insane, right? On paper, it is the best of the Musketeer trio. Because it's the most offensive, right? It's coming at you with that excellent 108 base speed. Look at that attack stat. 129, rock fighting stab, that's pretty good. Unfortunately, it's basically an Elite Four Pokemon, right? I think if we gave Durant a high C, I think we're going to give Terrakion a high C. I think it is basically Durant, but like alternate typing. Terrakion D tier. No, it's not that bad. Like, it has a use. These stats are like kind of deceiving. Again, because remember, you basically have no EVs. So you're going to be losing stats-wise to Pokemon that have worse stats but actually have their EVs. But even out of the box, this thing is pretty good. I actually think Durant is a little better. Because Durant runs over like 2 of the Elite Four, and this guy really only beats Grimsley. And he actually like kind of sucks against the other 2. Sorry, other 3. But actually no, he's bad against 3 of them, right? Because he loses to the Ghost one, the Psychic one, and the Fighting one, because he's part Rock, and he gets punched. So he really only beats Grimsley. I think Durant is a little bit better. But you could argue the other way around. I personally think Durant is better. Yeah, Terrakion's Elite Four matchup is worse, so that's why I think Durant is better. Yeah, it's also a good point brought up by Unregistered Reggie. Durant makes very good use of Hone Claws, because it starts off very fast, so it doesn't need to boost its speed, and it has Hustle, which increases its power but reduces its accuracy. So Hone Claws patches that right up, and then you just run over the enemy team. And yes, you're right, Silver. Durant is easier to get, which does actually factor into this list, because you do have to consider, part of availability is how much extra time you have to spend to get them, which we'll get to when we do the genies. Okay. Virizion. It's a grass type. That's unfortunate. It is definitely the worst. Well, no. I won't say it's the worst of the Musketeer trio. I think I'm actually going to end up placing it above Terrakion because it is available for more of the game. Virizion, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Virizion? Can you hear me now? We are going to put it, I think, in B? It's definitely worse than Cobalion. Cobalion is definitely better. Just because of that steel typing. Which gives a lot more defensive utility than this thing. But it's fine. I think if we put Cobalion above... It has a name. Axew. I think we need justice for Snivy. We're gonna put Virizion below Snivy. I think. Because it is really strong as soon as you get it. But you get it kind of late, not as late as Terrakion, and it is not as good as Cobalion. Really, Virizion is like below the bugs. Aren't the Swords of Justice post-game in black and white? They're not. Snivy is worse. I think Snivy is better. You have Snivy for the whole game, man. Grass is worse than steel fighting? Yes, it definitely is. I don't think anybody would argue that. Yeah, all three just spam Sacred Sword. This D tier got me heated. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now's your chance, Matthew. Who in D tier do you think doesn't belong there? Why Tynamo? Oh my god, Tynamo. Okay, we'll do a special just for you. Look at this. Why is Tynamo in D tier? This is why. Oof. And you're not getting out of this until level 39. Yeah. No. It's a D. It's horrible. Leaveney is a better grass type than Snivy. I agree, but you don't start with Leaveney. Ooh, yeah, good point. Terrakion is very good against both N and Getsus. But you have some other help for those fights. Yeah, see, and now that Matthew knows the truth, I'm sure you agree. Yeah, it goes in D. Yeah, it's terrible. Sorry. Oh my god, Dynamo fans in shambles. Never underestimate how high the evolution levels are in Gen 5. It's crazy. It should be 29. Alright, the genies. I actually really like these designs. Very minor weeb rant here. So, the three genies, Tornadus, Thunderous, and Landorus, are based on some Japanese gods. Fujin, the wind one, Daijin, the thunder one, and Inari, who's the goddess, or the god of fertility, which is what Landorus represents. And there's like really cool statues of these, like all over Japan. So I'll put some of those pictures in the edited video. All of these genies, so Landorus, you have to like catch both of them and then present them to a shrine. So that's why I think Landorus is untiered. You basically can't get it. I mean, it's a gray area, because if you're considering that you're able to trade, I guess maybe you could get Landorus, but I think that's kind of going a little bit too far. Yeah, the Therian forms of these Pokemon they're really out there. Like, we've gone full burb, but the Therian forms aren't. I believe they're not in Black and White 1, so I don't think you can get them. Whatever you say, there'll always be old buff men in clouds. Mortal Kombat picks are the Mortal Kombat. I'm assuming you're talking about Raiden. For like the Thunder God, but he's not actually one of the gods here. So these are like a gray area is untiered. So for Pokemon that you can't obtain in the normal playthrough without events, or that just have like I think unreasonable acquisition criteria, like Landorus. So we're not ranking the Therian forms because you can't get them in Gen 1 at all. But these are very tricky in terms of availability. Because they're wandering Pokemon. So I think you talk to like this... Oh yeah, Kyurem is post-game as well. I think the two wandering genies are very tricky to rank because they're wandering Pokemon. So you activate them, like wandering around, by talking to an old lady, like near the end of the game. So even if you catch them the moment they're available, they're coming in late, and you're not catching them the moment they're available because they are wandering. So you're going to have to like waste a bunch of time to try and find them. I'm going to say at least an hour, right? Just to like get them, and that's assuming you're like master balling them and catching them right away, which you can do. I mean, that's not unreasonable. But with all of that considered, like that is some shaky availability. I think for that reason, if you catch them like instantly, the moment they're available, I would probably put them in like Verizian tier. Because they're both like pretty darn good. Thunderous is definitely better because you basically get an electric type for free, and now you can also use electric moves. Cool. Um, but Tornadus is also like not bad at all. But you really have to consider the availability because yeah, the Musketeer trio you can just they're chilling out in caves. You can just go get them. But this you really got to do a ton of work. So I think with availability considered, I'm going to put these... I'm going to say next to Terrakion. Any objections? Because Terrakion is really late, but basically guaranteed. And these two, the genies, are fairly late and not guaranteed. People are saying D. So how about this? We'll put them at the bottom of C. Yeah, they have bad move pools, but like with these stats, just use your stab moves. We'll put them at the bottom of C. If you get them instantly, they're better than this, but I think considering the work you have to put in and how late they are, like even considering that, I think like bottom of C is maybe where they should go. Does Tornadus not get Air Slash? It definitely gets Air Slash, right? There's no way it doesn't get Air Slash. Yeah, it gets Air Slash. It's fine. It's not that much time if you Master Ball them. 10 minutes. There's no way it's 10 minutes because you have to encounter them, right? They don't even show up in your... Okay, I might be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure. Let's do some myth busting with the power of chat. I'm pretty sure that they do not show up in your Pokedex, like to track, unless you've encountered them. Maybe with speed up? That doesn't count, bro. What? No. They don't show up unless you've already encountered them, right? Once you find them once, I mean, if you're just Master Balling them, I guess that's it. You use the billboards, they say, when there's storms. I have no idea what that means, guys. What? Oh, it's a joke. Okay. Monado! Wait, is Monado Purge one of the arts? There's Monado Breaker and Monado Eater. Is Monado Purge one of the arts? This is a JRPG stream now, guys. Does anybody know if Monado Purge is an actual art? Oh, billboards on the... Okay, the signs do tell you. Okay, so you can track them. Oh, that wasn't a joke. Okay. Purge... What does Purge do? Because, Breaker removes, like, buffs, like auras. And Eater also does that. It, like, removes buffs as well and, like, does damage. What does Purge do? I have to know this, JRPG fact before we can continue. It removes aura, okay. What? Then what's Breaker? There is no Monado Breaker. It's called Purge. Guys, I played it in Japanese. That's why. Okay. In Japanese, I think it's called Breaker. Sorry. Okay. So you can actually track them, which makes them easier to catch. So I think considering that, I'm not moving them. I'm not moving them. It's still such a hassle to get them. No. But they're definitely not going in D. They're definitely not going in D. Because you're not invincible! Monado enchant! Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think even if you could catch them instantly with no work, they would be like top of C. So considering the extra stuff you have to do, I think bottom of C is where they'll go. All right, speaking of like weird availability, this might be like the weirdest availability in the series, right? Because for the Reshiram and Zekrom, I think they have the worst availability in the game that you can rank, right? Because you literally only get them for the end battle and the Getsus battle. But, and this is where it gets tricky, you're probably going to use them, right? So, like, consider these Pokemon in D, right? You're never going to use them. They're all complete ass. But these two Pokemon, at least you use them for 2 battles, right? So I don't think that's D, because, like, these Pokemon in D, you would never use for anything. I don't think you're actually forced to use them. You are forced to catch them, but you don't have to use them. I don't think you have to use them. I checked that before this, because I was wondering that as well. You have to catch them, you don't have to use them. I think it's going to be bottom of C, because they are also, like, really cool. Oh, you're forced to put them in your party, but if you white out, you can box them? Okay. Well, the thing is, like, they're also not, like, insta-win buttons, right? Like, if you're familiar with... I'm going to pull up their stats. If you're familiar with Fire Emblem, one thing that you usually get at the end of Fire Emblem games is you get an archetype called a Goto. Usually it's, like, an old guy who's really, really strong. Who, like, stomps the entire endgame by himself, because they want to make sure that you can actually complete the game. These are basically Gotos. Like, they're super strong Pokemon that you get, like, for free guaranteed, but you don't actually get them for much of the game. It's literally 2 battles. But they're very good in those 2 battles. But yeah, I would say they're also not as good as Goto, because Goto is, like, he solos the game. These guys don't. You still need a team of other Pokemon. I think, what I'm thinking is, yeah, I know, they might even be, like, gray area, because, like, they're barely in the game, but they are in the game for sure. They're terrible against both last 2 battles, and Reshiram himself in the chat is saying that. I don't know. My personal inclination is bottom of C. Because these Pokemon in D tier, you're never using them ever. They suck. They don't do anything. Reshiram and Zekrom, you at least use them for 2 battles. So I think they get, like, the minimum possible contribution, like, not the dishonor of D. We're not giving them the D, no way. Do they get their own tier? I don't think so. Right, and, like, one thing that we haven't talked about a lot yet is opportunity cost, which I guess is part of availability. But basically, when you're giving XP to one Pokemon, you're not giving it to another Pokemon, right? So that's part of the reason why, like, Tynamo is horrific. Because you have to put a lot of work into it to get it to evolve and be, like, usable. And that's XP that's not going to a different Pokemon. But these 2 cover legendaries are free. They join you, you don't have to train them at all. You're guaranteed to get them. Like, you don't go out of your way at all. Like, it... In a way, like, they're basically, like, as free as starters, right? Because you're forced to get starters. You're forced to get these. Story tier. Yeah, we'll make, like, a story tier. I don't know, man. We'll put it, it does feel weird putting them at the bottom of C. Like, they're such a unique case. I think we're gonna... We'll make a row above this, I guess. Add a row above. What color are we gonna make this? This kind of like gray. Wait, that didn't work at all. What? Oh, it changed gray area. Okay, well, it's another gray area. And I guess we'll call it the story tier? I don't know, man, because, like, they're free and they're good for, like, 0 seconds. Even grayer area, yeah. Okay, grayer area, sure. We'll do that. How do I... I'll move this down. We'll make this grayer area. It's so thematic, guys. Oh, I spelled gray a different way. Okay, grayer area. Okay. Plot device. I think that, like, it's my favorite way to use... Michael Wang, you read my psychic type? I was about to say, this is my favorite way that the cover legendaries have ever been used. Because they're used, like, in a story confrontation. And me personally, I'm sure a lot of you also feel this way. I feel like using cover legendaries is kind of cheap. But in this game, your opponent is using the other cover legendary. So why wouldn't you use yours? I mean, you want it to be fair. I really love how they're implemented, but in terms of, like, an in-game tier list, it's, like, really tricky to rank them. Because, like, what? They're, like, kind of in the game, but not really? Off topic, but Pancham for the win. Well, with a Pancham profile pick, it's a mystery why you would say such a thing. Put some of the D's in the grayer area too? No, I don't think that's fair. No, because all of these are at least in the game. Okay. We're almost done. So I think because this is a live stream, this is now your chance, citizens of the chat, to tell me that I'm wrong. I mean, you've been doing it the entire stream anyway. I mean, don't stop now. But now that we have everybody in a position, this is where you get to get the nitpick, and you can tell me what should be moving in terms of placement. Here's your chance. And I'm looking at the chat here. Boost Snivy to top of B. I think it's worse than Axew. Sorry. Why is Jelson in the middle? Because it joined so late? Yes. No, Frillish is a pretty late evolution, and it's underwhelming even when it evolves. I think Timpole and Roggenrola are too high. They're available really early. I disagree. I think they're pretty good. Spread the monkeys a bit more. Some are clearly better than others. Well, the thing is, they have, like, the same... They all have the exact same base stats, right? They all have the exact same base stats that are pretty good. I'll show you what they are right now. And because of where you get them in the game, they're guaranteed to complement your team. If you got them as, like, random Pokemon later, they would be way worse. But they're basically given to you. And they are guaranteed to help you. I can't keep up with all these comments. Is Scolipede really worse than Musharna? Yes. Musharna is earlier, and once you Moonstone it, it's, like, ready to go. Scolipede is... You do have to put a bit of work to get it fully evolved. But I do agree that once it's fully evolved, it's better. I wish Snivy was higher. Yeah, I think Snivy is about as high as it's gonna go. Timpole isn't that early. It's fairly early. It's before the normal gym. And its stats aren't great. You're right, its stats aren't great, but it's a water ground type, which is crazy. Fire Monkey's move pool is doo-doo. It's notably worse than the other two. It's not a grass type, bro. Gen 6 tier list when? Eventually. Jellicent just needs to be beside Chandelure. I think it's significantly worse. Chandelure is an offensive monster. Show us Frillish's stats. Sure. Yeah. I'll show you Frillish's stats, because I think you'll agree where it is after you see them. Because it's, like, very defensively leaning. And it's a level 40 Evo. I feel B-Sharp is still high at the 52 evolution. That is a fair take. I think because it is so powerful once you get it evolved, that's why it's where it is. Bulbasaur is S tier. I think you're in the wrong video, bro. Yeah, Lucario will be really, really good in Black and White, too. And Lucario is probably the best Pokemon in X and Y. That's Jellicent, not Frillish. Oh, you want to see Frillish's stats? Sorry. Yeah, here's Frillish. Bad. Bad. Audino to B, secret power early is good, and T-Wave and screens help you against bosses. No, man, we don't want to be doing these weird support things. We just want to one-shot things, which is very possible if you use the S tier Pokemon. Imported cheese is S tier. Oh, thank you. That's so kind. Where would Onix rank if it was available in this game? Okay, so serious talk. If Onix was available like at the beginning of the game, I'd probably put it at like top of C, because you can evolve it to Steelix, right? And Steelix is like, okay. Why is this Cavalier B? You're stuck with Carablast unless you have someone else, and unlike Gigalith, there's no in-game trade for it. I'm assuming that you can get the trade evolutions is why. I mean, it definitely is a little finicky, because it's such like a weird trade requirement, but I don't know if it's really fair to penalize it for being a weird trade evo. Any lower tiers, right off the bat that will rise a bit in the Black and White 2 tier list? None that come to mind because the Pokedex itself is so different. Like, there's a bunch of actual old-gen Pokemon. Hear me out. What if you friendship grind Woobat to evolve it before the second gym? You lost me at grind, bro. Bad. No. Top of S for Onix, right? No, I didn't mean that. Rip my sanity. X and Y is a huge dex. Yeah, it's going to take a long time. I'm surprised to see Vanillite in C to some extent. You might not have been here for the Vanillite episode. It's pretty bad. The main thing that holds Vanillite back, aside from just being... Uh-oh! Hot girls are here to chat with us. Hang on, we got to deal with this. Our first bot attack. I don't care about the hot girls and boys, man. Unless they're in my area. Okay, they're gone. Thanks. Let me scroll up. Wasn't Amoonguss one of the best competitive Pokemon at the time? It is, but this list does not care about competitive at all. Otherwise, it absolutely would not be in D. No way. But for in-game, it sucks. It's garbage. Yeah, the only hot girls I want are Darmanitan. There is a trainer in Pokemon Conquest spinoff that uses Darmanitan that is a girl. I won't say anything else. Any Gardevoirs? Gardevoirs not in this game. Oh yes, I think a big difference is that Volcarona is actually like usable in Black and White 2. It's not the worst Pokemon in the game status. What makes it worse in game than in competitive? Well, basically the things that make it good in competitive, which are its ability to draw attacks with Rage Powder, its ability to spore opponents to put them to sleep, and its ability to just not die by switching out with Regenerate. All of those amazing competitive traits do absolutely nothing in game. Rage Powder does nothing. You're never switching out to like stall things with Regenerator, so that's useless. And Spore just comes way too late. So pretty much everything that makes it a great competitive Pokemon does not apply to in-game. Pokemon Conquest tier list when? Would people actually watch that? Maybe. Pokemon Go tier list when? I don't play enough Pokemon Go, sorry. Spore is very useful. You don't get it, though. It's like level 60. Good luck. Is Pokemon Conquest good? I think so, yeah. It definitely has some issues, and Charizard also sucks, which I'm really upset about. But I think it's a fun game. If you like, I think it's SRPGs, like strategy RPGs, I think you would enjoy Conquest. But it definitely has some, like, jank. Clawify, thanks for stopping by. I'd watch a Conquest tier list. It's good if a bit repetitive. Electros D, bruv. Do I have to explain this again? Diabolical Raisin. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? I don't know how old you are, but people are shocked by Tynamo and D. Look at this. Look at this. Horrible. And you don't get out of this until level 39. Yikes. Garbage. It's garbage. I'm sorry. You can get gelatin in a water bottle, so maybe B? I don't think so. Like, availability isn't the issue with Frillish. It's just it doesn't actually do much for the investment that it asks. Charizard sucked its whole life before Gen 6. It wasn't good, but it wasn't horrible. It wasn't like meme tier bad. But you're right, it wasn't actually good until Gen 6, at which point it became actually like no meme excellent. Crook behind Darmanitan, since Excadrill is better earlier and you probably don't want to add another ground type. Well, I'm not assuming that you're using both. And I think that once Crocodile gets going, it's better than Darmanitan. Because you also get the, I think like Ground Dark is better than just like slamming things with fire attacks. But they're definitely like interchangeable. Like Drillbur and Crocodile could both be the best Pokemon in the game. Is Cubchoo real D tier though? I think so, yeah. Because remember, we don't have the 130 attack stat yet. It's not actually buffed to this. And it's a really slow ice type, so it just dies. Because remember, like, all your opponents are also power crept, right? So you're getting killed. Scrafty's Moxie is probably overrated because of the low speed. That is an argument you could make, yes. Why is Scraggy S? It's S because of Moxie. Basically because it has like really good defenses on both ends, so you're going to be getting hit because your speed is kind of bad, but you're also going to be one-shotting everything. If it was faster, it would be higher. Scrafty is super overrated. You also have to consider that he raffle stomps the Elite Four. Like, he destroys 3 out of 4 of them. Why is Bouffalant C? Do you think it should be lower? I could see that. But Bouffalant is like an endgame thing. Seems kind of wrong for me that Scrafty is better than Conkeldurr, even considering that Conkeldurr doesn't get Drain Punch. I think Scrafty is better because I think the dual typing is better. And while Conkeldurr definitely has the attack to like one-shot most things, Scrafty 100% does after those Moxie boosts. And it also has better defenses, which is relevant because both of them are going to be getting hit. But I think, like, saying Conkeldurr is better than Scrafty is not, like, unreasonable. I think you could argue that as well. I personally think Scrafty is better. Erica or Sabrina? Erica. Hard choice? Are you okay? No. Erica for sure. Will Black and White 2 account for challenge mode? I'm not sure yet. It's pretty different. What is the explanation for Deerling being in B tier? I would have assumed C. The explanation is Jump Kick. Yeah, Jump Kick is why. Jump Kick's pretty good. Scrafty's attack isn't high enough to one-shot things without Moxie boost. It's not bad. It's like 90. And remember, that most trainers lead with like their crappy Pokemon. So you basically get to kill their crappy Pokemon, and then you now have the Moxie boost that lets you KO everything else. Who's the best rival in Black and White, Sharon, Bianca, or N? I wouldn't count N as a rival. If I did, I would say N. But if I'm not counting N, I would say Sharon. He's like discount Sasuke. He looks a lot like Sasuke. Cirillo, I thought you didn't like grass types. I don't like grass types. Erica's not a grass type. Chinchino to B because Encore is busted. No. No way. Like, okay, like, think about what using Encore would do. You're gonna waste one of your turns to make your opponent waste turns, maybe. No. That's bad. Sabrina is actually best girl, Natsune's supremacy. Well, points for using her Japanese name. Encore is good for Nuzlocke, yes. But this is, yeah, exactly. This is not a Nuzlocke tier list. Otherwise, placements would be very different, right? Like Ferrothorn, for example, would be way higher. But yeah, this is not in-game. Or sorry. That was the exact wrong statement. This is in-game. This is not Nuzlocke. Double or single battles, which do I like better? Singles for sure. Singles for sure. Yeah. For me, at least. I can see the appeal of doubles, right? It's a little bit faster pace, and it's like a very different way of thinking. But for me, at least, I prefer singles. I know there's not enough water types for SEA C tier, but Basculin feels like more of a C tier than a B. Yeah, I would agree. I could see that for sure, which is why it's the very bottom of B. But I think adaptability water moves are good enough to just like barely get it into B. And I think somebody earlier was like, "Why isn't Basculin in A?" Like, it's not that good, bro. It's like okay. Who is the best girl in Issu though? So Issu is the Japanese name of Unova. I'm pretty sure it's Elisa, right? She's literally a supermodel. Like, okay, it's Elisa. Encore gives you several turns to set up yourself, buff, or counter a mirror. Yes, Encore is very good in competitive. This is not competitive. Feel like if I were to do a black and white playthrough today, I would use Samurott, Crooked Eye, Electros, Archeops, Mantam, Scolipede. Yeah, sounds good. Skyla, I don't like Skyla, guys. She's like, she goes too far, okay? It's like, aren't you supposed to be, like, an aviator? Why are you dressed like that? Ridiculous. And Skyla is way worse than, like, Winona. She's even worse than the like, golf chick from Gen 7, the other flying type trainer. No way, man. I don't like Skyla at all. Chantal is horrible. I don't like Chantal. I don't like her bowl cuts, and it seems like she would be really annoying. I think I talked about it in the waifu tier list, but like Chantal definitely seems like the kind of person to text you like the new story she's writing, like one line at a time. Horrible. Bad waifu. I'm off the deep end? Wait, what were you talking about with that? Like the waifus or like the Pokemon? Why am I off the deep end? Grimsley is a Chad. I do agree with that. I don't think anyone would argue with that. He will be an S tier husbando when we do the husbando tier list. Wow, I can't believe someone could be so wrong. What? Why is Solace so high when it only knows rollout and hidden power as attacking moves until level 25? What? There's no way that's true. What? Husbando tier list includes anime depictions? I think it might. That might make it too tricky though. I think the Husbando tier list, because the waifu tier list was in-game only, I think Husbando tier list also has to be in-game only. Best waifu is Drayden. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I mean, Solus, I think, is saved by TMs. Oof. That's pretty bad. Aren't basically all Gen 5 Husbando tier lists S rank? I don't know, man. I'm not a fan of some of the Gen 5 Husbandos. Like Grimsley is up there, but like Marshall? Can we get Marshall up on here? I don't know if he'll actually show up in like this database, but I thought Marshall for a long time was I guess we can just put in this window. Let's see. We'll get Pokemon like Marshall. So like I thought for a long time that this dude Marshall, that he had a little bit too much of that blue raspberry flavored ice pop, because he has like blue teeth. But then I'm like, oh, it's a mouth guard. But even considering that mouth guard, like, what is this style? Like, this guy looks like, what? What are you doing with your hair, bro? What are these eyebrows? What is this? Like, I'm not a Marshall fan. Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, I guess he kind of looks like a water type specialist because he's got blue in his design. I think he does look like a fighting type trainer. I think he's just I mean, he's no Bruno. Like, Bruno is a garbage trainer, but, like, he is an S-tier husbando. This dude is jacked. What about Marlon? Oh, Marlon is S for sure. He is also, he's swimming right into your heart. All right, nobody's talking about the Pokemon anymore. Okay. So I think the last thing I'd like to do today, if because it doesn't seem that there are many more criticisms about the tier list itself. Although maybe let's solve the Solosis thing. Because maybe Solosis should be lower. And that's the last thing we'll do actually, like, regarding the... how do I get me out of here? There you go. Solosis. So its only psychic move when you catch it is Psywave. Psywave, I think, is like fixed damage, right? It's not like Psybeam. Oh, this is Gen 7, so we need to go to Gen 5. Doesn't get Psyshock until level 25. Oof. How early is the Psyshock TM? Oh, you catch it at 23. Okay. Just a nitpick, but I really think the grayer area tier should be above the gray area tier. Oh, it's not? Oh, it should be, yeah. You're right. I might have forgotten to switch it. Hang on. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Sidewave is horrible, but I think it's like not really that much work to actually get it to a usable move. Like, I mean, we don't want to grind, but I think like giving it XP for 2 levels is like reasonable. I think that's okay. I know starter bonus and all, but Oshawott seems really out of place with the other S ranks. I don't think so. I mean, if you look at Samurot's stats, like, they're not very exciting. But look at this. This is pretty good. It's basically what you want. Okay-ish speed, offensive, and you start with it. Like, I mean, it's no... Like, these other S-rank Pokemon, once you get them, I think they're all better. But you start with Oshawott, so that's why it's all the way up there. Alright, I think the last... why is Ferroseed so low? Its typing is insane and its offense is decent enough. Am I missing something here? You might be. Because Ferrothorn is fine. But that's a level 40 evolution? Where is Ferroseed? So you're gonna be stuck with Ferroseed. 50 attack? Oof. Also keep in mind, this is not a Nuzlocke tier list. If this was a Nuzlocke tier list, this thing would be way higher, because this defensive utility would count for a lot more. But this is in-game where we're just trying to smash things, Oko all day, every day, and that's not what Ferroseed does. That's why it's so low. But if this was like a Nuzlocke or like a competitive tier list, this thing would be like ARS. Yeah. I'd push it above Clink? Nah, Clink is more offensive. It's barely better. Yeah, really good in competitive. But just, it doesn't do it in-game. Alright, I think the last thing I'd like to do before we end this 4.5 hour stream is to, I guess, decide what the next stream will be. Thinking of milking the tier list for Nuzlocks. Well, I am a dairy product, but that's not the plan right now. But I guess I'm asking you guys then, what is the next tier list you guys would like to see, or just like the next live stream thing? Because this week I'm going to be working on, I'm basically going to spend the rest of today editing this to make it a polished video to upload, and then the rest of this week I'm going to be working on galactic glitches, because I have the glitches recorded, and I have the green screen stuff recorded. So it's probably gonna go up next weekend. But I'm wondering what like live stream you guys like to see next. Okay, so I'm seeing tier list. So BDSP in-game tier list. It's basically the same as vanilla Brilliant Diamond. It's the same game, guys. I'm not gonna be doing that one. Black and White 2, maybe. Conquest. Okay, Husbando. Black and White 2. Black and White 2. Husbando. A video on Pokemon whose viability is defined by a single move. Maybe someday. Black and White 2 tier list is huge, yeah. Pokemon Conquest Husbandos. Black and White 2 or Conquest tier list Husbando. Conquest Husbandos. Galactic Grunt playthrough. I think Galactic Grunt playthrough is going to have to wait until after Legends. Because I think, well, Legends comes out on at the end of January, right? I don't know if there's enough time to finish it before Legends launches, because I want to do Legends right away. Legends is going to be a launch stream for sure, and I think for Legends we're just going to do it. We're going to do a vanilla playthrough because the game is so different. Like, how do you even do a challenge run? And we'll either do it in English or in Japanese. It depends on what you guys want to see. Pikachu clone tier list. I mean, it's going to be pretty short. Telefang tier list. There will be a Telefang stream at some point. Coliseum tier list. HGSS tier list. Oh, that could be good. So I'm thinking Kid Goku gets slapped by some grass types. I'm thinking we'll do a FF14 waifu tier list. Number 1 is, oh my god, I can't remember her name. It's the ninja chick, the first ninja chick you meet, the Aura. I can't believe I can't remember her name, but she's number 1. Edible tier list. A video about the Pokemon I could beat in a fight. It's not going to be a long list, guys. Okay, so I think what I'll do is, we'll YouTube poll this. So, Xenoblade Arts tier list. Backslash! Backslash, unironically, really good. Like, it's a meme, but it does, like, a ton of damage. Backslash is a good move, guys, if you haven't played, Yugiri, thank you. That's the, FF14 waifu. Let's deciding together. So what I'm thinking, because for the poll, we can't have that many options. So maybe, Husbando tier list is one of them for sure. Husbando tier list, Shaker! Edge! Sorry, overrated Pokemon tier list. Oh yeah, Backslash is ass in Ultimate, but in-game it's really good. It's definitely poll time. So one option is going to be Husbando tier list. Another option will be, I think... The thing about, like, the Black and White 2 tier list is I don't think I'll have time to prepare for it. Because there's so many Pokemon. But I might do a Conquest tier list. So Husbando tier list. Conquest tier list. Pokemon Aesthetic tier list. Conquest tier list. Husbando tier list. We're not doing X and Y, guys. It's going to be way too long. No way. Just do it on the fly. James Turner tier list? No. My own videos tier list. Okay. Conquest. Yeah, how am I going to rank Mega Evolutions when they come up in X and Y? I think that's a good thing to consider. I don't think you can discount them, right? Because there's no cost to Mega Evolving other than just, like, time. You have to sit through the evolution. I think pretty much every Pokemon that can Mega Evolve, like, just gets a massive boost from it. I don't really think it's fair to not count that, because it's part of the game. It's really pushed on you. Nobody asked that yet. I think you're actually the first one to ask that, so no need to... Cheese tier list. Tier list. Or Coliseum or XD. Okay, so how about this? We'll do... these will be the 3 options. It'll be... Where's my... Oh, here it is. Separate tier list for megas? I don't know about that. So here it is. Next live stream? Question mark? So we'll go Husbando tier list, Conquest tier list. And the last option will be Colosseum tier list. I don't think I spelled Colosseum right. I'm sorry. Japanese era tier list. Well, the Edo period was really something. Lots of progress made, but I mean the Meiji Restoration. That's where it's really at. Oh, hang on. I'm canceling this poll. Sorry. I'm ending the poll right now because one thing I also want to do is something I haven't seen anybody else do yet, and I want to explain it to you before I open the poll. A Pokemon is Colosseum tier list based on rentals? There are no rentals. It's not like Stadium. The other tier list I was thinking of doing, and that I think would be really fun, is a moves tier list. So I'll explain it to you all now. So it would be like a Gen 1 moves tier list. So I don't mean like the moves, like how strong they are in Gen 1. I mean like all the moves added in Gen 1. So it would be like, top tier would be like viable moves, like, Earthquake, Flamethrower. Then it would be like niche moves, and then like useless moves. So it would be like all of the moves added in Gen 1, but not necessarily like their strength in Gen 1. So for example, Slash is like SS tier in Gen 1, but after that it's like kind of whatever. J-Rose did like a worse Gen 1 moves thing, but it was like, it was only like 10 moves. It wasn't a tier list. I've messed up and now my chat is open. I don't know how to close it, so I'm just going to type an emote, and I think that'll close it. Oh god, I can't. How do I close the emotes? Okay, I got it. Okay. How is this still going on after 30 minutes? We're doing like cleanup and preparation for the next stream, and we also had like people. It was their chance to voice their concerns about the tier list, how it had shaped up. I don't think anything ended up changing, because I think like as we were making the tier list, we did a pretty good job of going through like all the factors that went into each thing. Constrict best move. Yeah, constrict is... Stop the live stream, I want to sleep. I'm sorry. This is the last thing. Next stream, it's either going to be Husbando tier list. And all of these are, like, on the table, right? Why is Zora so low? Zora's not in the game, bro. It's, like, not ranked. That's why. Husbando tier list. Colosseum tier list, Gen 1 moves tier list. Thanks for the amazing video. Thank you for the comment. What video are you talking about? This one? And then, what's next? Guys, I can't... There was one more. Oh, Conquest tier list. There we go. So those are your 4 options? And this would be, I'm assuming, next weekend. Like, the same time as this one, but next week. Okay. Beep. Thanks for the amazing praise, for the amazing comment about the amazing video. Amazing. Okay. So I'm just going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back to give you guys some time to vote. Let's democracy. And we're back. Thank you. I gotta read this. Why is Zoro so low? Japanese edicts tier list. Like laws? Like the Sakoku edict? Okay, because that tab's still open. Okay, I was wondering why someone was saying that. Yeah, oh, Red the Funny Lad. Thanks for coming by. We are reading the chat. We are literate. I mean, why do a live stream if you're not going to read the chat, right? This live stream was long, but it was worth it. Thank you. Yeah, thanks everybody for coming by and for voting. So much Chiefs. Okay. 57 votes. How many people are still here? Because we're way after the tier list. So let me see. YouTube, please. YouTube, please. Here we go. Wow, almost 100 viewers. Okay, right now. So we're just waiting. Also, I didn't quite say it during the stream itself. I'm sorry, because it's kind of hard to like analyze the Pokemon and read the comments. But thank you everybody who for your generous donations throughout the stream. I really do appreciate it. Every donation does help me move towards one day making this a full-time thing. Although right now it is a part-time thing. I do appreciate it. Thank you for you love the puns. There weren't that many puns in this one, I don't think. 62 votes. Okay. We are at how many total viewers? About 100, right? Okay. So I'll give you guys like a bit more time. Oh yeah, if you open up OBS, I think you can use double team. Right now there's 2 of me. For later game tier list, maybe split them in half. Do you mean like 2 different videos or like 2 different streams? Fire Scissors came at the beginning, stayed at the end. Well done. Although Fire Scissor, that's a dangerous name. You're really playing with fire there. Watch out. How many votes do we have? This is not working, right? Let's learn about the Sakoku Edict of 1635. Alright, so the Sakoku Edict, Sakoku-dei of 1635 was a Japanese decree intended to eliminate foreign influence. It didn't work, guys. Enforced by strict government rules and regulations to impose these ideas. It was the third of a series issued by Tokugawa Iemitsu, shogun of Japan, from 1623 to 1651. I hope you haven't left the stream yet. I guess while we're waiting for the final votes to roll in, we'll do like a mini husbando thing. So if you've never played Pokemon Conquest, the Japanese title of Pokemon Conquest is Nobunaga no Yabo. So it's a very popular Japanese series, and Nobunaga no Yabo translates to Nobunaga's ambition. So of course the question would be, who's Nobunaga? So Nobunaga is a really famous Japanese military figure. It's basically like the George Washington of Japan. It's kind of like the entire representative of the nation. And the big thing he did was he united Japan back when it was just a bunch of warring states. This is the actual guy, Oda Nobunaga. And if you look at this image, it's not bad, right? It's okay. And this is like an artist's depiction, not exactly a Chad. But if you go to Pokemon Conquest Nobunaga, I mean, he goes in the husbando tier list for sure. Look at this, what a Chad! And he uses Zekrom and Shiny Rayquaza, incredible. And this version of him is in the side missions. You can play as younger Nobunaga, a Chad from the very beginning. But honestly, I think the older Nobunaga is even more of a Chad. That's your that's the preview. 68 votes. I'm guessing, do we have like people who like fell asleep? Is any of this going to be on the test? No, don't worry about it. Oh, we changed Reshiram's mind, guys. Yay. Okay, I think we're about done with the... we'll see if we can get to 75 votes, and then I'll close the poll. I actually can't see the... He looks like your dad in Fire Emblem Fates. No, he doesn't. Your dad in Fire Emblem Fates is way creepier. He's the, He looks... the Fire Emblem Fates guy, what's his name? Like... I'm just gonna look up Fire Emblem Fates' dad. Also, guys, no spoilers in the chat for Fire Emblem Fates, by the way. Terrible game, but, like, don't spoil it. Dad. Actually, this might... Never mind. You might get spoilers if I search this, so, I won't. But he doesn't look like... He doesn't look like your Fire Emblem Fates dad. I gotta read this chat. How did I learn Japanese? Good question. So I don't know if you can tell, but, I'm half Japanese. My mom is Japanese. It's not how I learned Japanese. She didn't teach me anything. But I studied Japanese in college, and I've been living in Japan for 5 years, so that's, I mean, studying every day. No, your other dad. Oh, the spoiler dad. Yeah, he looks like the spoiler dad. I agree. Obviously, I can't show you the spoiler dad. It's a spoiler. But yes, he does look like the spoiler dad. My Japanese professor was extremely opinionated on the 19th century Japanese nativist movement and how it was bad. Do I happen to know any special details about it? I will say that I don't know enough about that to comment in a meaningful way. I'm sorry. Oda Nobunaga did not finish Uniting the Country. It's true, but he did start it. And the guy who eventually finished it, Mr. Hideaki, he also gets to be a Chad in Pokemon Conquest. And eventually he gets to use Reshiram in that game, which is nice. Sephiroth kills Dumbledore. Why did you ruin it for everyone, man? Don't do it. Ryoma? Ryoma's not your dad. He's your bro. You thought I studied theater in college. You're right. I studied both. How long did it take you to get moderately proficient? Like 4 years, I would say. 4 years until I was able to kind of have a conversation. And even now, where I'm like working in an all Japanese environment, I'd say my Japanese is really sus. Among Us. It is not good, but I think my reading at this point is fine. I can read most things. After like 8 years. That might not be what you want to hear. But I'm also like not great at Japanese, like learning. If you took it like really seriously, I think you could get there in like 4 years. Probably. I'm really behind in the chat. Quick tip for one wanting to learn. Definitely start with katakana and hiragana, like the basics, and start learning kanji early, because you really need kanji. It's not optional. Anybody who tells you that, like, oh, I mean, you don't need it to get by, you do. If you want to read anything aimed at anybody over 7 years old, you need kanji. It's not optional. So basically, study everything and move gradually. What if Mamazard came into the stream just to hear you say she didn't teach you anything? She didn't, bro. She knows it. Like, regarding Japanese, obviously she taught me, like, life lessons. She did teach me one Japanese word, which is, urusai. It doesn't quite translate into English. I guess the equivalent would be shut up. It literally means noisy, but when she would get mad, she would yell at me in Japanese, and, like, one word would be urusai. And, yeah, I guess in English she would just say, like, shut up! Alright, I think we've got enough votes. So, let's see what the result is. I don't know if you guys can see the poll, like, the status of the poll, but I can't, so, it is a mystery to me as I end this poll here. Sorry, Fabio, I'm so sorry. I'll end the poll right now. Here we go. We're ending it. Where are the starters other than Snivy? Oh, I guess you can't see them. They're in S. Both of them are in S. I'll move up a bit so you can see. There you go. So where is the result? Does the result show up in the chat? I can't see it. I can't see anything. Blind streamer. Oh, wow. I didn't expect that. So Gen 1 moves tier list at nearly 50%. Well, there it is. Okay. We can see the results of the pool. Water is a good type, guys. Okay, great, yeah. So the Gen 1 moves tier list will it'll be this. It'll be the moves that were added in Gen 1, so it's probably going to be like a fairly long tier list. I know, what a shock. It'll be the moves added in Gen 1, but not necessarily how strong they are in Gen 1. Yeah, so I got to be clear about this because if it's going to be like every move that was added in Gen 1, but not necessarily how good they are. So one example would be Slash. So Slash was added in Gen 1. In Gen 1, it's like SS tier, incredibly good. But overall in this series, it's like whatever, it's average. And I think we'll do this for moves added in every gen if it's like successful. So Gen 1 moves in Gen 8. Yeah, pretty much like throughout the series, I'll try to factor in everything. So like Rage being the worst move ever in Gen 1 doesn't mean it's the worst move ever like in the list. It'll probably be in like niche because it's actually like very good in Gen 2, and then after that it's like okay. And yeah, like Hyper Beam, I think will end up being niche because it was very, very good in Gen 1, and then after that, it's bad. Oh, hey, yeah, Zuniora, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the donation. Good luck at work. Also, drop Zeb Striker. Wild Charge TM is in Victory Road. Wow, so it's using Spark for most of the game. Really? That's unfortunate. Well, I think it's a little late, but maybe it should be a little lower. I don't think it moves out of B, though. I guess I'd move it below Joltik. Yeah, Rage, I think the most important thing Rage does is it's very good on Totodile in Gen 2. And Hyper Beam is definitely like way better in casual because, I mean, you don't really care as much about turns. And you can switch out. But I think for competitive, Hyper Beam is literally like worse than Splash. It is so bad. And that's like a bit of a hot take that takes some explaining. I'll explain in depth again, I guess, in the Gen 1 tier list. But I legitimately think that in competitive singles, Hyper Beam is and Hyper Beam clones are like the worst moves you could use. They're so bad. Like, because here's how to explain, like, simply, I guess. Sorry. Last thing. Splash is bad, right? Splash does nothing. Hyper Beam loses you the game. And yes, also there's Z Splash, which is pretty nice. Hyper Beam is so bad, guys. You'll have to find out. You'll have to wait till next week to find out exactly how bad. Okay, so very last thing before the stream ends and Fabio can finally be free of his suffering, is I would just like to ask how you guys would like to format the Gen 1 tier list. And what I'm thinking is, because I can't really like have pictures of all the moves, right? I was thinking of just making like, I guess like a box. Fill in the color with like the type of the move, and like try to write like the move name, power, and like accuracy. It's probably gonna end up being pretty messy, but that's what I'm thinking right now. Does anybody have any better ideas? Just box with the name of the movie, yeah. Yeah, just name is fine. Okay, yeah. It might just be like just name and like the color that matches the type of the move is what I think I'll do. You could skip power and activity fit in, that'd be great, yeah. It might be just the name. We'll see. Yeah, if you have a better idea, please post in the Discord. But for now, that's what we're going to do. Okay. I think this stream has gone on long enough. Name and TCG energy. Oh, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. If you have better ideas, please post it in the Discord. Extra effects in a box afterward that might affect power. That might be a little bit too much to fit. Because remember, there's going to be like 100 moves. Yeah, it's a lot of normal and psychic moves. We'll see. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around for this monster stream. It took quite a while. I'm going to be editing this into a shorter version that I'll hopefully post later today, but I mean, it's kind of... It took a while, so maybe it might not be today. 5 hours for a stupid tier list. I'm sorry, Fabio. Thanks for watching. This There's a lot of Pokemon. And these are all new Pokemon, so I wasn't able to repeat anything from earlier. These are all fresh Pokemon with a bunch of new mechanics. But I'll hopefully edit this into a, yes, thank you so much to the mods, for their sterling work as always. And thank you to everybody who donated, and of course to everybody who watched this in the first place. 5 hours for Gen 5. Okay. Thank you everybody for stopping by. Max percent imported cheese video speedruns. I think that is the end of this tier list. The mods rioting right now. I'm sorry! They want better pay. They should riot for pay in the first place. Yeah, thank you guys so much for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed. I think livestream is the format we'll go for the other tier lists. And I'll edit them later. So, 4 a.m. cheese sounds good. Alright. Thank you again to everybody who stopped by. I'm going to be waving as this goes to the end screen intro. End screen. It's not working, guys. Thanks for watching.